Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to The Jar. We are live here with the NPL AHM Greenzone for our next round here. For your wonderful Saturday afternoon. We're about to get underway in Melbourne. We will have our first match here on live with the Tide taking on the 29ers. It's great to see Helena Spirides back in action. She'll be leading her side once more, having a bit of a warm-up there with Ange Green, the Tasmanian superstar. And what will no doubt be a pretty exciting day of events for you all live on the NPL YouTube channel and the NPL website. We're up to we're just past the halfway point of the season thus far. And it's fair to say the ladder is really starting to ramp up. All of these matches are so important for our viewers. I will have Ash Williams in the booth with me later on today. He's just finished up his matches. Just getting himself ready, and then we can get cracking as usual. But while we wait, let's have a little bit of a look at the season thus far for our two teams that we currently have on screen. So for the Tide, they're currently coming third overall, as Spirides bringing it in. Third overall. They've had 3 wins, 3 losses in a dead even season thus far. Their plus minus is literally 0. They've won 423 points and lost 423. Lovely shot there from Ange. So for the halfway point, I mean, you can't really complain at this point, really, considering Captain Spirides has been away. Obviously, Captain Tom Evans for the 29ers in the same boat. Nice shot down the right there for Spirides. Meanwhile, for the 29ers, they're currently up the top of the ladder. So 5 wins, 1 loss. It's a very deliberate play style here from Helena. She's definitely targeting the right side of the court up against Ange Green in this women's singles to get us going. Plus minus of 58 for the 29ers. That's a terrific start of the season for the Evans-led side. Beautiful double-handed backhand down the right side. With a plus minus of 58, very solid. And what I mean by that, viewers, is that that team has won 58 more points than they've lost in the season thus far. So for you statistics fans out there, it's a big win for those guys. They'll be very happy. Now, our season thus far has been a little bit hectic over in Victoria. I'll let this rally play out. Oh, to the left side for the Tide. But currently we have 3 teams sitting on 3 wins, 3 losses. So for our Victorian players, it's very hotly contested going for that 3rd place. Now remember, our finals not too far away, viewers. We've only got A couple of weeks left, then we're straight into finals at the end of this month. So the matches today are critical. Every team will be trying to get a victory under their belt early on. Drop just short there for Ange Green. Always good to see her on the court. Been representing the Tasmanian pickleball scene for quite a while now. Obviously a very high-level tennis player. And up against one of the best in Helena, who's been battling it out over in the States. I'd love to see the frequent flyer points that Spirides and Evans have been racking up this year. The amount of travel these two have been doing is crazy. 2-point lead thus far. Make that 3. Official Calvin calling this one. Just had a bit of a chat to Captain Spirides about her service. Beautiful forehand flick down the left, forces the 6-point rotation, and a strong start off for the Tide. We had our NPL PWR 700 last week, viewers, up in Redcliffe, which currently are getting drenched by rain. I don't believe we'll be showing the Queensland matches for our Greenzone today, which is a real shame. Can confirm the Brumbies and the Boroughs had a deal breaker to get us going. I was keeping up to date with Ladder. And remember, you can see all of the results via the NPL website on the Ladder app. Hands down, one of the best pieces of technology we have in the Australian pickleball scene to keep up to date with all your favourite players and their teams. All of the results are live and public. But the 700 was a whole lot of fun. I had Ash Williams jumping in the booth with me, and no doubt be with me soon today as well, as we had players from all around the world come to Redcliffe, duke it out. Easily some of the best singles matches I've seen progress throughout that day. It was a lot of fun. Now, I believe Ash has jumped into the booth. We'll just see if he's there, and then we can start the comedy. He can give us an update of how his matches went earlier today.
DK, have you got me?
Yeah, g'day, mate. How are we?
Very good, buddy. I've just come from the jar, playing Div 2, and just had a bit of a word to Ange Green. She's fired up.
Yeah, well, she's battling it out with what looks to be a very informed Helena at the moment. She's striking the ball very well.
Well, Helena has a cold.
Well, I can relate.
To the extent where she didn't want to give me a kiss hello. I'm just assuming she has a has a cold, and just but she did say she's not feeling well, but that won't stop her today.
Yeah, well, I mentioned that to the viewers earlier, that the amount of travel that these players have been doing is pretty crazy, as we've popped over to have a look at New South Wales currently, which I mentioned this in our commentary chat just before we started. The Bandicoots, I'm very excited to see how they'll go today, Ash, as they're up against both the Heat and the Stingers today. Tough matches for those guys.
Yeah, DK, we're going to separate the wheat from the chaff today. This is a huge round of NPL.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. We have a game point here for Spirides to get the Tide up to a great start, and she puts it away.
Yeah, the Tide, they're going to be ones to watch today with big Vuk Velikovic taking on Helena's boyfriend and Tom Evans very shortly. That's going to be a popcorn match. And Tom, Tom's one of those guys, you look into his eyes and you know whether he's on. And the thing with Tom is he's pretty much always on. He had the business eyes on when I spoke to him today. So this is going to be a great tussle.
Yeah, well, I mean, both Evans and Spirides been playing over in the States, and no doubt have been getting some great reps in over there. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go in our next set of matches as we continue with the Tide v the 29ers.
So Memory should get this done, I think.
Yeah, so we'll have Emily Martin taking on Memory Lelanoa.
You've got to remember, Memory's still very young, but, I think I'd love to see her start just asserting her dominance with some of these matches, because I think she has a bigger game and a better game than Emily Martin.
Yeah, and that's Memory's definitely on the, up and coming, I suppose. Like, we know that she's going to continue to improve, which is always a good thing.
Now, DK, you haven't asked me how I went this morning in Div 2.
Well, I brought it up on the stream while you were getting ready. I mentioned that you were dominating on the courts, and you'll no doubt feed us in. So here we're all waited with bated breath. So how did your Div 2 matches go, mate?
Yeah, well, look, mate, what do they say? If you win, you win well, and if you lose, you lose well. But look, facts are facts, and I went undefeated today in the singles and won my lion's share of doubles. But do I need to tell you who I beat? It feels wrong to tell you who I beat. I don't want to rub it into the young fella.
That's right, mate. That's entirely up to you. You're directing the conversation here. So
We'll have a guess. It's someone you've mentioned him a bit. I don't have beef with him. He's a friend of mine, but it was a bit of a grudge match this morning. For some reason, he wasn't called up for Div 1 today.
Okay.
Any guesses?
Has he jumped in the commentary booth with us in the past?
He might have.
Oh, dear. Well, if it's commentary discussion, then please reveal. I'm sure everyone loves a bit of banter between commentators.
Yeah, look, well, we took on, or I took on our good friend Stefan Jordik, and it took Stefan a while to get going. But look, I'm happy to say I got the W, and I just enjoy the wins while I can have them, and I think I'll probably have another 10 to 20 years of good pickleball ahead of me before I'll hand the baton to Jordik and these youngsters who think they're coming through. But yeah, mate, I love winning.
Clearly. And I know Steph will use that as motivation for your next battle. Speaking of winning, Ash, Tyra Calderwood currently up by 5 points on Mickey Hyatt. It's a great start here for the...
Yeah. Well, I wonder whether I fired Tyra Calderwood up because, I said that the Comets were done and they wouldn't make finals. And she didn't like that. She got into the comments and said, "Oh yeah, I'll just go back to playing touch footy, should I?" It wasn't, it was a saucy response. It also wasn't. I wasn't talking about Tyra Calderwood. I'm talking about the Comets. You're a team, so I just don't know if the team can get them to the finals.
I love it, Captain going in the back. The side is. Let's have a look at the comments actually while we were talking about them.
My retort to Tyra was, if there were 4 of you, then maybe, which I thought was a nice straight bat.
Yeah, look, she's doing well against Hyatt, who played really well in the 700 last weekend.
Let's call a spade a spade. This would be a huge upset.
Yeah, it's fair to say Mickey Hyatt, definitely one of the best women's players in the country, especially on the singles court. So just letting you know, Ash, we've had confirmation that we won't have the Queensland streams on today, unfortunately. It's all been rained out. Lovely shot there for Calderwood.
Well,
it's a real bummer
that's
because
fine.
the day started with a deal breaker between the Burrows and the Brumbies.
Right.
Yeah, the Joey-led side in the Brumbies just got up in the deal breaker. I was keeping up to date via ladder. That's just pushed wide there for Calderwood. But in New South Wales, mate, for me, I'm really keen to see the Bandicoots. Obviously, they're taking on Heat and Stingers today, which will be very interesting. The Comets have got their next matches against the Dinkers. So that'll be a pretty closely contest as well. 4v5.
Oh, mate, yeah, I can't wait. This is we're going to have a really good look at who's going to play finals after this round.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think Mickey Hyde will drop this.
Oh, she's very accustomed to pressure situations, that's for sure.
Well, at least she hasn't got to worry about making a flight after this match.
Yeah, true. Yeah, quite a few of the New South Wales players were a little bit worried about it in the 700. What a fun event that was, Ash. It was great to see all the players duking it out.
Oh, mate, it was an awesome weekend.
The ball goes long there for Calderwood. Yeah,
mate, and I look forward to sharing a bit more tea with you over the afternoon. I had a chat to a few NPL Victoria players today, and yeah, there's a bit of tea to share, that's for sure.
Oh, look out. Drama here on our Greenzone. That's why the viewers come down to keep up to date. Oh, beautiful shot there from Michaela Hyatt. So we've just had an update that Taruya has just won 11-6 against Louise Oxnard. I had a good chat to Oxnard at the Brisbane Championships last weekend. She's lovely. Seems very motivated to continue improving as well.
She is a lovely girl.
She was in that New South Wales contingent about worrying about their flights. So it's quite a few of them.
Yeah, she was pretty knackered after the NPL 700 in Brisbane. I was talking to her. She said she was exhausted. She played a lot of pickle.
Yep. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realise, especially if you haven't played a tournament before, just how tough it is on the body. You play a lot of sport. As we have a match point here, or a game point for Hyatt, but Calderwood strikes back. Oof, went for it.
Awesome approach from Mickey. Nice and deep. Not much you can do with that.
So the Stingers have taken a... Oh, my apologies. That's last week. Reset.
That's it.
Here.
Mickey Hyatt.
Yep. Good comeback. But I think Calderwood only going down by 3-2. One of the informed players of the league should be pretty happy with that result. Oh, she doesn't look happy on the screen. No, yeah, she won't be happy at all now. I think about it.
Yeah. To be fair, you've got to get that done. If you're 7-3 up or whatever it was, you kind of need to finish the job.
Yeah.
Selena Yang, she's my teammate in Div 2, who's got the call up for Div 1.
Yep.
This would be Selena plays pretty good singles, so this could go either way.
Do we know who Selena's replacing?
Yes, she is replacing Aisha Dang.
Okay.
And Amy Munro is replacing Beth Casey. So the Sharks have 2 replacements today.
Yep.
But they're pretty good as far as replacements go, DK, that's a great fit.
Yeah, very solid. I'm a big fan of Munro's game, and it's a real shame. Obviously, Aisha did her what was it, ankle?
Yeah, well, she shouldn't have been playing. She had a hamstring strain, and then because she was trying to protect that, she ended up doing an ankle. So
yeah,
It's hard to watch that when she shouldn't have really been out there.
Yeah, so that was last weekend, viewers, at the Brisbane Championships. Nisha Dang unfortunately pulled an injury and will be out this week, but she's got a pretty handy substitute, as Ash just mentioned.
Do you want a big call, DK, early in the broadcast?
Oh, mate, go for it. Let's start with the spice early.
Amy Munro is the best female doubles player in Victoria.
Whew, that is a big call. So you're talking just gender doubles or both?
Either or, gender doubles or mixed doubles. You know, she's the best female doubles player in Victoria, and I'm very, very confident with that statement.
Whoa. Okay. Big compliments there from Mr. Williams.
Hey, that looked good. Challenge that, Selena. You got to challenge that. Some of these younger players, DK, I don't think they challenge enough calls, and they kind of just accept it.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, here we go. There's a challenge.
Yeah, I frequently say on the broadcast, Sash, that not enough players challenge and not enough players use their timeouts.
Yep. We actually had a replacement. So in Div 2, our replacement for Selena, I know her name's Kelly. I just want to give her a shout out. Kelly Martin. Mate, keep an eye on Kelly Martin. She's going to be a player. She's barely played pickleball. She comes from a tennis background, played college tennis in the States. She almost beat Rosa Morris. She is going to be a player. Kelly Martin, one to watch.
Related to Emily Martin? Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the left.
I don't think so. I don't think they're related.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, we love seeing up-and-coming superstars. It looks like we got the 6-point rotation here off that beautiful double-handed backhand.
You can see the Roos there warming up. They will be hungry for a win there in James Cornish and Josh Chia.
Yep. Here's that nice replay. Ball goes long on that one, but I wonder if we can get one of that out ball, Ash, and we'll see what the end call was. But
oh, I'd love to see that.
It was close. I know there was a heavy discussion about it afterwards. Big shout out to the SportVot team, by the way, being able to provide all these amazing insights to our game. I've had quite a few people, Ash, at the Brisbane Champs talk about the Greenzone, and the fact that we can just bounce around the country and watch games at will is we're pretty lucky. And speaking about bouncing around the country, we're going to bounce over to New South Wales. We're going to see Shannon Spencer taking on Nancy Ferguson. This will be a doozy. Two very solid singles players.
I think Shannon Spencer gets that. She's just a really natural singles player.
And Nancy played well on the weekend, last weekend at the championships. Teamed out with McCorkindale for the women's. They actually went quite far and they ended up doing really well in the back draw, ball on court.
So we're not going to stay with this Victorian rubber, Yang and May?
I believe we'll be jumping across to New South Wales quite soon. There we go. And we've started with a net roll to get us underway. Spencer with a slight lead. I'm sure we can bounce back to the Victorian matches, Ash, and keep up to date with those ladies.
Yeah, I'd love to stay up to date with Yang and May. That looks like a tasty contest.
Yeah, no problem. Oof. Nancy from the baseline, banging it to the left. Actually, this might be an ideal time to use our split screen. If the broadcast guys can chuck that on maybe, because then we can have two high-level women's singles matches going at the same time.
Good hands there from Yang. Using the Lars paddle.
Yeah, big shout out to Lars getting behind the National Pickleball League as well. Saw quite a few of them on the weekend, Ash. Players trying them out.
Yeah, a lot of players looking for a bit more power. Good idea there from Selena.
Does Yang come from a tennis background, Ash?
I'm assuming so.
Jeez, shots like that. So how's the conditions in Melbourne at the moment? Is it cold down there yet?
Oh, it's beautiful. Sun's out.
Better than the wind tunnel that we were sitting on at Redcliffe?
Yeah, much warmer. It's about 21 today. There was a fair bit of traffic getting from the Jar to, I'm in Cremorne. So the MCG traffic, Hawthorn playing the Ds, is just
Nightmare.
bumper to bumper. But yeah, Melbourne's, we haven't had a sniff of winter yet, touch wood.
Well, I can say here in Queensland, as I'm near Redcliffe, which a lot of our Queensland players are playing at this morning, it's been a lot of rain and a lot of wind. So I believe they're moving over to Mitchelton to play. Unfortunately, that means we won't be able to have the broadcast for the Queensland matches. Leona Quinn sent me a message and just gave me a bit of an update about it all. The Brumbies continue to do really well. Do we know who's replacing Caden Hansel this week, Ash?
Let me just have a look. Jake Winan.
Oh, yeah. Jake's very good. Very handy sub, actually, to pick Jake up. I got the chance to play with Jake and Ryan Simmons for the Boroughs this week. Jake's definitely one to watch. I think he'll be not too far away before... Oh, beautiful shot there from May. Not too far away before he's like a staple in the Australian pickleball scene.
How old is Jake?
Oh, I'd assume early to mid-20s. I might be wrong there, but quite an very obviously a tennis background and just whips those drives. As we have a 1-point game here for our Yang v May matchup. Just getting our split screen ready for you all so we can keep up to date with New South Wales as well.
She's got to make that serve. Oh, she did.
Oh, I thought that was on the inside.
Yeah, I tell you, it was a laconic point.
As we're up to the sort of halfway point of the season, Ash, I'm doing up a long form video next week, going over the whole season in like real detail, a lot of stats and whatnot. But I'm curious, is there a overwhelming MVP for you at the moment? And if you don't have one, that's okay.
I don't have one. Not for the whole country. I think it's a little bit too early to make a call on that. I think there are some standouts state by state. But, yeah, that's why I can't wait for the finals. We're going to get a real litmus test for who the MVP is nationwide.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we're bouncing across to a different court here in New South Wales as Nancy Ferguson now's got the lead against Shannon Spencer. Yeah, we knew this was going to be a good one.
What do you think about playing in pants, DK?
I mean, it depends on if it's cold, I suppose. Playing trackies if it's cool weather. There's our split screen.
Checking the temperature. In Sydney, 21 degrees.
Yeah. And it looks like Spencer continues to battle away here. I'm a fan of Shannon Spencer. Just goes about it the right way. Plays solid pickle.
Gabby May, she's got a temper when she wants to throw it. So Selena, you got to keep the pressure on. You can't be giving away faults.
I believe I met Gabby's mum at Redcliffe.
Yeah, I think possibly her sister, but her family's up there in Queensland.
Yeah, was lovely to see. Big shout out to the May family. And a big shout out to all the mums watching. Happy Mother's Day to you all tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Shout out to all the mums. I just got a mum text, DK. I know you love them.
Yep.
And again, this is similar to the one I got last week when we were in Brisbane. I purchased a whole chicken if you want some. I mean,
yes.
She's obsessed with buying chickens. But it's good to know. And I do want some.
Yeah, that's the kind of text you want to receive. I went down to the local shops today just to get ready, get my soothers to get me through today with my sore throat. But when I was down there was a charity event doing a big sausage sizzle. I was like, oh, naturally, I've got to get behind the group there. I was wondering, Ash, Bunnings snag. Would you say that's it's now like a cultural dish, like it's a cultural cuisine?
I think so. You know, for any tourists visiting Australia, it's certainly a stop you should make. It would be bizarre for a tourist to realise that it's a, delicacy outside a hardware store.
Good rally on the left. And an 11-11 on the right. Or was that the end of the match on the right? But yeah, no, I agree. Because I got the chance to catch up with Kenta and Aiko after the NPL PWR 700 last week. And Kenta doesn't really speak English, but Aiko speaks English really well. And those two are lovely. I don't know if you're aware, Ash, but they had a really fiery final. Matt Kuznetsov and Kenta in their singles match. Yeah, really, really fired up match. Probably the angriest I've ever seen Matt Kuznetsov. Oh, recovery. Oh, well done, Selena Yang.
Well, there's a reason that he is the most promising Kuznetsov at the moment, and that's because he can channel his anger the best.
Yeah, well, he might have let it simmer a little bit too long in that matchup, and it looks like we're going to go to a much requested match on our court one, Ash. We're going to have Tom Evans taking on Vuk Velicevic. Ooh, boy. This will be a doozy. But yeah, in that match, viewers, that I'm referring to last weekend, Kenta Miyoshi ended up getting the victory. But I do believe Matt Kuznetsov will probably learn from that experience and come out swinging. Is that him that just hit it into the net on our left? I think it was. Unintentional commentator's curse.
So who's called the timeout here? The Adders? I think it's an offensive timeout.
Becoming more common, aren't they?
Yep. Well, especially if you've had a few cracks at it on serve and the patterns aren't going your way, then you need to break the rhythm.
Yep. Looks like the fellas will be versing each other in men's doubles, so that'll be the 29ers taking on the Tide. And it looks like victory here for Gabby May, putting it away against the substitute in Yang. Yang did very well considering Gabby May is no slouch on the singles court. We can have a look at the rest of our matches around the country. Try and get a bit of a Queensland update, actually, as we're going to be trying to keep up with them today. Here's Roos v Rangers.
Well, this is big. The Roos really should get it done today and win both of their matches. The Rangers have two fill-ins in Sahil Dang and Josh Fisher. Looks like, do we know what happened with Tom and Vuk? They haven't played yet.
No, about to go head-to-head here. There's Matt.
Oh, this is going to be tasty. And I think we're going to see the wares of Vuk. Tom will want to get some blood here.
And the Bunsen burners out there as well. Geez, this is a good game. Whew.
Who do you like?
Oh, geez, how do you call it? I'm going to go the 29ers purely because we haven't seen Vuk in a little bit. I know he's obviously a gun, but Evans has been playing in the States. He's going to be fired up. Matt Kuznetsov played really well on the weekend, but will definitely want a result. There he is.
Here he is. Vuk strikes.
He's a big man. Ethan Bunsen on the right side. Will be interesting to see how he goes. I wonder, big drive goes long. I wonder how he'll do overall as a right side player, Ethan. He does like to play a little bit aggressive. Oof. Oof. Was he part of the...
I wonder if the...
Sorry, you go ahead.
You go, mate. You're right.
Was Ethan a part of the fan squad for Kyle Stoker last weekend?
He was. The Three Stooges who managed to coach Kyle Stoker to victory in Ethan Butts and Josh Cheer and Stefan Jordic.
Yeah,
I actually got a message from Ben Costin, who was coaching Rob Sterling. Yep. And Ben was a bit upset. He said, I'm a bit, flummoxed that I couldn't out-coach the Three Stooges. So, shout out to the new coaching team of the Three Stooges and Stefan Jordic, Chia and the Bunsen Burner.
Maybe it's like a Formula One pit crew, where they all just add their own little element.
Chia is trying to distance himself from that coaching crew, but...
And Joshy didn't have the best weekend. He'd probably be looking to fight back hard and get some results this weekend.
Well, he's hungry for a result, and he told me today that, it was a really tough couple of weeks for him. Not just on the court, but off the court. He's just unfortunately had a breakup with his girlfriend. So I think, that can really throw your game. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to Josh having some big results today.
Yeah, we all back him. He's a good egg, Josh. Got a lot of time for him, and hope everything works out well for him, as we still don't have a score yet in our tied V29ers. Is that an ATP from Vuk?
You know what I love about Vuk? His intensity. He's here to win, much like Tom Evans. But, one of these four players is not like the other. Who do you think I'm talking about? Ethan. He doesn't have the intensity of the other three. These other three are going to war.
Yep. Tantalising pickleball here at the Jar viewers for our Greenzone. As we've got a 2-0 start here, good for the Tide. And I believe that ATP did count. If we can ask the broadcast team to maybe get that as a instant replay at some point. Flick of the wrist. There's a hoodie right in the way of our kitchen care. Big shout out to the NPL team, consistently working to get the wonderful videos and photos of you all on the court, all of our players. It's a new role for him. Ash, there's a big shot there from Vilicevic. Eben's been passing on the mantle of photographer to Hoodie. And there goes a ladder. Speaking of ladder, we can keep up to date with our results on the NPL website. Big drive from Evans.
Lockie Hood is a big Hawks fan, DK.
Gross. Talking about Hawks fans. How are you looking forward to this weekend, mate?
Well, we'll just check the score. They're 20-8 first quarter against the D's early Saturday afternoon game.
20 year point, like you're up, you're winning?
Yep.
Oh, good. That's what we want to hear.
Here's something about Tom Evans. He obviously grew up in New South Wales. He only just recently watched his first game of AFL.
Is he a rugby boy?
Well, he lives in Melbourne. You know, before he moved to America, he was living in Melbourne with Helena. It just kind of shocked me because to live in Melbourne and not watch any AFL is hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, woof. There's the Bunsen burner starting to fire. Yeah, I guess nice recovery there from Evans. We'll finish that train of thought after this awesome rally. ATP Kuznetsov. Whoa, what a shot.
2 leg cords.
That is a crazy rally.
I'm trying to see what paddle Matt is using. To the naked eye, it looks like a Yola Gen 4. Because he was using an Engage in the semi-final or the quarters in Brisbane, and he broke it.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Those paddles are super popular at the moment.
yeah, and then he was playing with he just grabbed someone's Yola, and I think he's still playing with it.
Who was it that changed up paddles completely? Someone had to go to a completely different brand of that. Was it that Matt Kay that we're thinking of?
Yeah, this is Matt Kay. Josh
Yeah.
Chia also changed it up because he was just, not having any luck in the pool stages in NPL Brisbane. Went from Flamingo to Kyle Stoker's paddle, actually, one of his spare Yolas.
Yep.
But now Chia's even discussing about maybe using a Luz.
There you go. One of our sponsors for the National Pickleball League, Luz, providing high-quality paddles to the Australian market. Obviously, our pros like what they see, and they're getting their hands on them as well.
Well, yeah, Ethan Butson, Sahil Dang, Selena Yang, there's a lot of great players using the Luz. Body bag. So after this, we've got the gendered doubles teams of Helena Sporidis and Emily Martin taking on Ange Green and Memory Lenanoa. So that will be, you would think that the Tide have the advantage there.
As we pop over to have a look at New South Wales, Bandy's taken on the Heat. I messaged Adam Walters earlier today, captain of the Bandies, and I just said, mate, good luck with your games. Got the Heat and the Stingers earlier today. This is a tough one up against some heavy firing with the gentlemen. And Adam's response was tall order, but if we can claw a deal breaker, I think we're within a shot. And it's interesting, Ash, last season, we definitely saw some teams that were intentionally going for the deal breaker. They knew they had a better singles side than a doubles team.
Yep.
So for the Bandies, they're going for the same here with the Walters and Wong duo closest to camera.
Colin Wong has been playing a lot of pickleball. I think I've seen on Instagram he's been playing in Asia.
Yeah, okay. He's solid. Good pickup for the Bandicoots. Porphyry and Lavers. Whoa, that's a falcon and a half. Walters copped one to the forehead. And Here's our split screen to look at your awesome men's doubles action for your Saturday afternoon. On the left, we have the Titans of the Jar taking on each other with the combination of Evans, Kuznetsov, Big Vuk going ham, double-hander backhand into the net. Velicevic teaming up with Ethan Butson, and on the right side, Bandicoots and the Heat. Combination of Porphyry, Lavers taking on Walters and Wong. Two different states, but a whole lot of high quality pickleball, and it looks like the victory has gone the way of the 29ers, Ash, to swap our rotation.
Tom Evans flexing his muscles there.
I'm really interested to see how Evans and Spirides, obviously they're in the furnace at the moment, playing over in the States, just how much their game would have improved playing up against some of the best in the world consistently.
Yeah, for sure. I spoke to someone today, and they said that Tom wouldn't have been playing that much pickleball in America because he's playing in the MLP, and he's kind of on the bench for the team. So I don't know if he's been playing a lot of competitive matches. Obviously, he's been playing in tournaments, but look, it hasn't affected him. He's playing some good pickle today.
Yeah, he'd be training a lot, though, with those high level players. And I believe he plays for the Squeeze, if memory serves me right, Orlando Squeeze. And Spirides also playing over in the States, too. Nice shot there for Porphyry.
Yeah, he's been playing with Staxrud and is it Dylan Frazier or something? Two super, guns of pickleball worldwide.
Yeah, Fraser's the one that had the all the jokes about his name being pronounced Dylan. I don't know if you saw all of that.
No.
Yeah, so he made a bit of a running joke, and the commentators weren't sure if he was being serious or not. Oh, here we go. Colin Wong, big swings, and somehow the Heat get it back. Too strong in the end. The Bandy's got a healthy lead here against the in-form Heat. The Heat currently top of the ladder for the New South Wales portion of our season with a 6-0 scoreline for their wins and losses. Great speed up there from Memory Lelanoa on the left.
What I love about this NPL format is that you really need to be so strong as a team. Players like Ben Pafori, they're so crucial to a team like the Heat. You're only as strong as your weakest player, so it's going to be interesting to see who can stand up when it matters.
Well, I know we sort of touched on the discussion of, and this is a couple of weeks back, like how important the number 2 player is for your male and female combination. And like, you're right. Obviously, we've got Colin Wong here and Ben Porphyry on the right side playing as the number 2 role. They're terrific pickups. They're both very solid, had good seasons thus far.
Yeah, he's a bit of a character, Ben Porphyry. He the only one who had more Canadian clubs than Stoker was Ben Porphyry in NPL Brisbane. He was having a great time.
Jeez, he is blasting away. Colin Wong is hitting that thing as hard as he can at the moment. Both close score lines here for our split screen on your Greenzone Saturday. Speed up from Green is successful.
Pretty good work there from Ange. Flies to the Jar from Tasmania for the NPL. Loves all racket sports, really.
Yeah, Ange Green's a good egg. I've got a lot of time for her and what she brings to the Australian pickleball scene. I just have to point out, our game on the right is insane. These fellas are absolutely melting that Franklin X40. They are full on testosterone at the moment down in New South Wales, Oxford Falls Grammar.
Ange Green is on. She's got great hands. And doubles is her forte. Can the Tide claw back?
Yeah, this is some very close scorelines for our matches thus far.
The Tide need this because I don't think they're going to go 2-0 against the 29ers in singles. I mean, even if Vuk beats Tom, I don't think Ethan will beat Matt Kuz. So
it's a very tantalising matchup you bring up because the APO that we had earlier in the year, Vuk did beat Tom Evans in the men's singles. Meanwhile, on our other court, with the Bandies in the heat, they're up to the 11-10 scoreline. The ladies have hopped on to continue the match.
Ange Green is playing unbelievable pickle. The ball is just rocketing off her paddle.
Yeah, I remember when Ange was drafted and people sort of raised their eyebrows because obviously the 29ers have got quite a younger side. But I actually really thought the pick was very mature from Evans. Obviously, Matt Kay and Tom Evans are quite accomplished players, and Memory Lelanoa, a young superstar, and there's Green going bang once more.
Yep, she's solid.
But she takes that. She is sort of the experienced player in the group. Obviously, provides a lot of insight to young players like Lelanoa.
And Tom played with Ange for the Jalapenos in season 2.
That's right.
She's super solid, and well, Emily Martin's got to make that return. She just has to go down the middle. Big targets. You can't be giving that one away.
So it looks like Tom and Helena moving to the US permanently, Ash.
Yeah, what have you heard?
Oh, it's just in our commentary chat. So,
Oh, right.
So that's straight from the big boss. Obviously, these two have been consistent contributors to the National Pickleball League since it started. It'll be sad to see them go, but obviously we want them to do the best they can over in the States. Wish them the best of luck.
Oh, I've just seen the chat. Fantastic. Yeah, so Tom's got his last 3 weeks in Australia. Wonder whether he can finish with another NPL gold.
Yeah, well, if they ever do like an NPL Hall of Fame or like a, on that back wall there where we got the Luz and the Squealing Pig via Jet signs, and they do up like a, I don't know, recognized players or something, little plaques they could have up there. Actually, that's a cool idea, Eben, if you're listening, mate. Could have like each brick along that wall could have like a signature of like MVPs of the past years or something. But yeah, I think Tom and Helena have done a terrific service to the National Pickleball League, and that's a great drive there for Spirides.
You know what? Vuk and Ethan are going to have to win both their singles.
Yep. Hard task. I mean, they're both great singles players. They've got to beat Kuznetsov and Evans, who are very informed singles players at the moment.
I'm concerned about the Tides. I guess they're ladies. I'm a little bit I don't know if they can win the whole thing. This has been an outstanding performance from Ange Green. Outstanding. This match is almost over. Another point for Tom Evans' 29ers.
I just realised I've been muted talking to myself, Ash.
Yeah, I was just about to ask where you were.
Sorry, mate. I'm waffling on, giving all good points, good rebuttals to what you've been saying.
Well, mate, tell me what you were saying to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. Great chat. No, what I was saying was you mentioned Ange Green's playing really well. And I feel that, in other sports, we hear that phrase role players. So we mentioned Ben Porphyry playing really well earlier today. Ange Green's obviously balling out right now for the 29ers. And so important, as that's a great little shot there from Memory Lanoa, so important in a team of 4 to have someone like an Ange Green really step up. Like, it just takes so much pressure off the superstars.
Oh, for sure. And, you talk about a role player. She's playing a leadership and mentor role on the court here too with Memory. So it's not just her, paddle doing the talking, but her leadership.
Jeez, that was a great rally on the right side, by the way, viewers, with the ladies battling it out. Shannon Spencer swinging for the stars.
Yeah, so DK, I'm putting a line through the Tide. I don't think they can win it. Yep.
There we go. So you think it's Spencer with the body bag. So who takes third place then? As the victory has been locked up there for the 29ers, and if we could bounce full screen over to the game on the right, see these ladies in New South Wales going head to head.
Look, the Tide could still finish third place. I just don't think they can win the whole thing. Yep. I just don't think they're strong enough across the board. I mean, Vuk is going to have to play lights out for them to win the whole thing, which he could still do, but I'm talking like the best picker we've ever seen in Australia.
Well, actually, speaking of Vuk, maybe we go full screen on this singles match that's about to break out on the left.
We've got to go full screen on this.
Yeah, this is going to be a doozy.
This is one of those matches, those movies, DK, you have to see in IMAX.
Yeah.
This is a match we need to see full screen.
Great rally there for the ladies. And yeah, if we could, sorry to the Sports VOT team, if we could bounce back over to the jar to continue the singles matchup there between Evans and Velicevic. But great battle here between the Bandies and the Heat. Bandicoot's enjoying just the subtle lead. They need this victory to tie things up. Here we go. Let's get started. These two boys, they've had experience battling each other in the past in the singles format.
Well, this is the tastiest matchup we've had for the whole season for mine.
Yeah, well, we haven't really covered much of Queensland. Obviously, they've had a fair bit of rain dramas and whatnot. But yeah, it's a good one. I mean, we saw Hyatt take on Taruya over in New South Wales. That was a good matchup. Stoker and Lavers also good, but these two are very, very good on the singles format.
You can't compare Stoker and Lavers to these guys. Look, no offense to Kyron Lavers, but he's not a full big dog. He's just not. The full big dogs, I'm talking the V8 thoroughbreds of NPL. Tom Evans, Vuk Velikovic, I'll throw Stoker in there. He's a thoroughbred, but yeah, as good as Kyron Lavers is, he's not a thoroughbred.
How do you think Joey Wild would go against these two?
Yeah, look, Joey's a thoroughbred, or he's a Brumby. But
He's a Brumby, yeah.
Singles would be interesting. Doubles, of course, is Joey's forte. But I think that these guys are just a powerhouse at singles.
Yeah, and the overall scoreline for this matchup right now, the 29 is currently enjoying a 1-0 lead, as we did have a tie, not a tied, with these two teams. So remember, viewers, that is how it works out as we get started here with Tom Evans and Vuk Vilicevic about to go head-to-head with the tied V9ers. But if your gender doubles or mixed doubles events, gender doubles events end up in a tie, singles events end up in a tie, neither team get a result.
Yeah.
Currently it's 1-0.
Who do you like here, DK?
I mean, I haven't seen Vuk play in a little while. So I'm going to back Evans purely on historical evidence, but we have seen Vilicevic beat Evans in the past. So if you were to pick Vuk, I totally get it.
I think at the jar, you've got to go Tom Evans. The pickle roll at the PPA in February, it was a bit slow.
Yep.
And it suited, I was going to say it suited Vuk, but it didn't suit Tom Evans. He didn't have a great weekend on the pickle roll, and he loves the jar. This is his home ground, and I expect Tommy to get it done.
I wonder when he got back to Australia, he and Helena, because they weren't at the 700. So I wonder, because you mentioned Helena's probably not feeling 100%, so I wonder if they got a little bit of jet lag to be worried about as well.
Yeah, the Roos, this could be a bonus point, and it should be a bonus point playing the Rangers with 3 fill-ins and 1 stalwart in Brookie Marcy. You know what's funny about the Rangers? So their captain, Henrik Traskin, I reckon he has a doppelganger with his replacement, Josh Fisher. I reckon they are identical.
Look a bit similar, eh?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I tell you what, he's an immovable beast, Vuk. Maybe this matchup isn't great for Tom.
Well, he's pretty much going to have to nail all of his passing shots to beat Vilicevic. But big drive. I got to say, Ash, regarding, if we compare this to tennis, right, in the Australian Australian tennis scene, this is probably one of the highest level men's singles matches you could watch in Australia.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And that first point is key. It just gets you out of the blocks. Nice
on this court, Ash, I have seen some of the best, just crazy matches. I remember covering Evans and Grabovic on this same court in last season. It's like hallowed turf, this little jar court. We've had some unreal matches in the past. Well read.
Yeah, it's a kind of common knowledge and thought that the end where Vuk is the better end. So I'm not sure if Tommy chose to. Tom likes to start down the bad end.
And that's due to the light from the door, I imagine.
No, there's just a busier background. Vuk's got a clean green background there, and I think where Tom's looking, there's a lot of people walking around. It's just a bit busier.
So viewers that might not know Vilicevic, he comes from a wide variety of other sports, other racket sports, and he is at the top percentile for all of them. So it's no surprise that he's taken up pickleball so quickly and at a very high clip at that.
Bang.
Oof. Yep. Big muscles down to the left.
He plays a good brand of pickleball. Oh, yeah. And it'll be heating up in there at the jar because it's a nice day outside and it does get warm in there.
Ash, I do feel we probably won't see too much cat and mouse playstyle from these two fellas, even though Tom does like that. I think with Vuk, he'll just be trying to blast away and win with passing shots.
Yeah, Tom's hitting big, serving big, and he's really pumping that forehand.
Oh,
it's awesome.
You've had a question asked, Ash, from Mr. Shell. Who wins a matchup between Vilicevic and Stoker in a men's singles match?
Depends where it is. I think here's what's crazy. If Kyle Stoker is on, he can beat. I was going to say he can beat anyone in Australia. He could probably beat anyone in the world.
There's the stretch, ball goes wide, and the ATP with the just because I can from Vilicevic. I find Kyle Stoker is like chaos impersonated. Like he is just the most unpredictable player. Just casually swaps to his left hand mid rally. Like he just.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Wow.
Gee, that is. Look, I don't know what was more impressive, Vuk's roll or Tom's splits.
Yeah,
wow.
That's crazy. I would love to see this. This is the kind of match that you would need to have a speedometer to see how fast these boys are serving. They rip that ball through.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. The TV or, the video does not do it justice at all.
We've got a replay there from our ladies match earlier today. Can continue the action. Shot goes wide.
Yeah, talking about Kyle Stoker, I was messaging Ben Costin, who was, coaching Rob Sterling in that final, and he said, look, Stoker was too good. But I said that Stoker's unpredictability becomes predictable. And I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but to predict Stoker, you need to predict his unpredictability.
Yeah, you just need to be on your toes and expect weird things to happen. Like having a cool beverage just before the game begins. Speaking of cool beverages, big shout out to Squealing Pig, one of our sponsors here, getting behind the National Pickleball League. They've been doing so for quite a long time.
There's nothing worse than just losing a serve into the net or going long. Oh,
Jeez, that had some pace on it.
yeah. And because there's so much backspin on that, that's when, Tom Evans knows better than anyone, that's when you've got to aim even higher over the net because it's going to drop. But yeah, there was too much spin on that ball for Tom. This is a great match. It's scary to think how good Vuk could be if he fully committed to pickleball.
Mate, he's similar to Summer Delabona.
Mate, if he beats Tom again, I mean, he needs to go all in on pickleball. He needs to. Like, enough's enough.
And we currently have a very close scoreline here with the two gentlemen. And that forehand rip generates a lot of spin.
You think Tom is feeling the pressure to beat Vuk, knowing that he lost to him last time?
I think so. And also, as we pop over to have a look at our third court here at the Jar, I also believe he has a bit of pressure because he's playing over in the States, Ash. So, Sahil Dang, if you don't mind. So the people are going to expect him to be playing, lights out pickleball. But obviously, Vuk Filicevic is no slouch whatsoever.
Yeah, good. I was going to say, we don't want to miss anything of this box office match.
That's right. Back over to the gentleman here in court one. Live from the Jar here at the Greenzone.
Of course, Tom's got the good end now, which he likes to finish with.
Ooh.
That stings.
Open the pedal face up a little bit. Floats a bit long.
This will rock Tom a bit if he loses this. And expect him to come out with the angry Tom Evans and just win every match 11-love if he loses this.
Speaking of Kyle Stoker, over in New South Wales, he's currently at a 3-3 scoreline with Bruno Maraman as the Stingers take on the Comets. Big drive into the net. That was 100 mile an hour.
Missing a few right into the tape, isn't he? Into that Yola net. Jeepy.
Oof. Sheesh. How did he get that? He got very close to it, at least.
So, knowing that Tom has a lot of pressure on himself, self-imposed, do you think this match, could have been played before they even started? What I mean is...
a bit of a mental battle.
Yeah. Because I think in pickleball, the winner is often preordained before you even hit a ball.
That's a beautiful drive there from Evans. Well, and if I put a different spin on it, Ash, what excites me about this, and it is a shame that Evans is moving over to the States, is this could have been the potential start of a incredible rivalry. Wow, what a shot.
Get out of here. The angle.
Yeah, like we've seen Evans and Grabovic go head-to-head for years now. You add Vilicevic and that, suddenly you got the top three, like these three gentlemen of the Victorian pickleball space going head-to-head.
Well, because Zach's been injured, Vuk's overtaken Zach in singles, for sure, because that's what we know at the moment. We haven't seen Zach singles properly for a while.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh.
In fact, Vuk beat Zach in the NPL last round or a couple of rounds ago, but I don't know. Ooh, offensive timeout.
And I want to point something out when he returns, viewers. Look how far back Vilicevic was standing on that receiving of serve. He was back near the wall. Gives you an idea of how fast Tom Evans serves. As we do have a timeout here.
These serves now, they make it so hard to get to the net, especially if it's deep.
So this is our Roos v Rangers matchup.
I knew James Cornish would come. He's just a good competitor. He's got a rather unorthodox technique, but it's effective.
And results around the courts, viewers. So my beloved Aggies are down 0-2 thus far to the Dinkers over in New South Wales. Stingers and Comments currently 1-1. There's a 6-5 scoreline in the men's singles between Stoker and Malman. The Heat have currently got a 2-0 lead against the Bandicoots. And we're currently witnessing absolute battle of the behemoths between Vilicevic and Evans here on our Show Call 1. Eben Storty in the house with the best view in the seat. The best seat in the house, I should say.
DK, if there was a round robin between the Aggies, the Reef, and the Rangers, who wins?
Is it a full team of Rangers or are they got substitutes? Similar to the Reef.
Well, we don't know. It's whoever they can get on the park.
Well, if I have a look at the ladder results, the Rangers have got the best plus minus out of all three teams. So they've lost the least amount of points out of those three. The Reef have been blown out. They have a negative 224 on their plus minus, which is crazy. As we continue this battle, and Evans with a big drive ties things up at a 9-9 scoreline.
Well, the Reef were never a chance, If you don't have your captain playing, you don't have your other female playing at all.
Yep.
I mean, you're just not going to compete.
Oh, there's Eben. Nice catch, mate.
I do feel sorry for Nipris and Jesperson at the Reef. I feel like...
Game point here, Ash.
No way.
Yep, Evans has bounced back. Oh, he's done it. That is huge.
Too good. And
Pressure.
Tom Evans, being Tom Evans, finds a way. He's a competitor. He's a beast. And he is the far lap of pickleball, letting everyone know that he's still got the biggest heart in pickleball.
Far like a pickleball is a very good reference, Ash. I appreciate that, as we have a slight lead here for the 29ers. And the pressure is on the Bunsen burner. He must win this to force a tie up against the in-form Matty Kay. This will also be a great singles match.
Yeah, Matt Kay for me.
I think it just depends on which Ethan we have out on the court. If he fires, then it'll be a good show. Roos and Rangers currently Sahil Dang with 3 points up on James Cornish.
Look, Ethan hasn't had, how promising he is to the pickleball scene. His results, he still hasn't really blossomed as much as we probably thought he would have. So I want to see some more results from Ethan. I know he's a young guy, and you got to give the young guys a lot of time, and we will. I think we're on the precipice of some big results because we haven't really seen them from Ethan.
And results around our country, viewers. Currently, the Boroughs and the Brumbies are going head-to-head. I actually read the incorrect scoreline earlier. Their last matchup was a deal-breaker. So they're currently battling in their gender doubles thus far. The superstar Samad Alabona not available this week, and Caden Hansel also not in for the Brumbies. So currently 15-14 on the gender doubles. Lindsay Baker, Leona Quinn taking on Sarah Dennehy and Ellen McDonough. As we bounce over to the matchup in New South Wales, and there he is, Mr. Unpredictable. Kyle Stoker taking on Bruno Malman. I thought Malman, he's had a pretty solid season thus far, Ash.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to commit to agreeing with you on that yet. I think he's been solid without being a thoroughbred. He's gets it done.
Yeah, the big lefty. Jeez. Stoker just pulls out some of the most just random shots in pickleball. That's what makes him so deadly. And that there brings up the victory for Kyle Stoker. You wrap that one up quickly as soon as we bounced over at Oxford Falls Grammar in New South Wales. Big drive down the left, open up the paddle face, beautiful. As we have our next set of gentlemen on, we can probably pop around and have a bit of a look around at all of our other courts as we're in between matches around the country. Here we have Kyron Lavers taking on Colin Wong. Another left-handed superstar in Wong. Kyron, very solid pickleballer. That there is a good example of it. What a shot. Punching it down the right. Here for the Bandies and the Heat, going head-to-head. And over at the Dinkers and the Aggies, Alex Tran and Harrison Cancel going head-to-head as well. Currently 3 points in that matchup. Good to see Alex Tran on the court. He's always smiling. Very positive young man. And he's got a little bit of work to do here on our court 3. And that's a good example of it. Oh, don't do it, Alex. Calm down. He's not looking happy over there with the big Viet jet sign in the background. Remember, viewers, if you are someone who's looking to fly internationally, the NPL have just released an email with a ton of Viet jet deals for you all. It's pretty awesome to see. They've got a code going with it all. So pop over to vietjetair.com and have a look at what flight specials they have, especially for our NPL players. And if you are in the NPL, we've got to give a big shout out to AHM Health Insurance too. They also have deals available for our National Pickleball League players. So pretty awesome. The NPL starting to really get involved with the players and offering a ton of awesome extra goodies to our players and fans. Have a sticky beak and you might save yourself some money and get looked after in the same process as while watching high quality pickle. Ryan Morris and Bellamy currently going head to head. And over in Victoria, we have 2 really solid men's singles matches about to get started. So we have the Sharks v Adders. We're going to see Zach Grabovic take on Dan Kuznetsov. And Dan's brother, Matt, will be taking on Ethan Butson with the Tide v 29ers. So the Jar currently has some thrilling men's singles matches. We will see Josh Fisher and Josh Chia also going head-to-head. My goodness. A little punched too long there.
So Josh Fisher must have a better juper than Sahil Dang.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how it all works out. And we've got a nice rally here breaking out, punched away.
Unless, no, sorry, James Cornish has got a higher juper than Josh Chia, I think. So James plays at 1.
Oh, just short on the recovery there.
Here's a question for you, DK. Is Ryan Morris the most unassuming pickleballer in Australia?
Yeah, he's pretty low key, right? He just goes about it in his own way. As we bounce over to the Jar, and this is going to be a thrilling match.
Yeah, what I mean is what you see is not what you get. You see, he looks like he can barely walk.
Okay, Dan. flicking it to the left.
Dan Kuz, a little birdie told me that he's said he's not competing anymore.
What?
Yeah, it didn't quite make sense to me. I'll dig a bit deeper, but I have a mate, and he said I went and got coaching from Dan Kuznetsov. He's a lovely bloke, and he's told me that he's not chasing after playing pickleball professionally anymore. So read into that what you will.
Oof. Jeez, that grab with the big Ernie. Well, I mean, because he's coaching, obviously they've done very well. And Dan is like I mentioned earlier about Evans and Sparides being long-time, backers of the National Pickleball League. Dan's in that boat as well. Very solid singles player, Kuznetsov, and this should be a great matchup as well, up against the captain of the Sharks.
Of course, the two coaches going at it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Zach Grab, of course, pulling out of the singles at NPL Brisbane.
Yep.
So it's always good to see where he's at with his singles. Do you think Zach can get back to the heights of singles in pickleball here in Australia?
Yep. I'm going to back him. I'm always someone who wants to see a success story on when it comes to rehab. Oh, that's a beautiful drive. Like, I want to see our players do very well. And I actually messaged Zach after the New Zealand event leading into the 700. I said, mate, I saw you had some great results over there. Just wished him well. Like rehabilitation is something pretty much everyone goes through at some point in their life regarding physical injury. As we have a defensive effort here from Grabovic, charging in. Behind the back. He doesn't give up.
He's moving all right.
But I would love to see Grabovic back to the form that we have seen him in. I did mention earlier on our show called One, Evans and Grabovic last year last season rather, we saw some unreal singles matchups with these two fellas. And now that Evans is moving to the US, Ash, the prospect of, that's a beautiful drive, prospect of Grabovic and Velicevic, really starting to go toe-to-toe with each other, that's exciting pickleball.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Everyone wants to see the best players playing their best pickleball. So it's been a good start for Dan Kuz, though.
Yep.
Because he can sometimes bleed a fair few points at the start of a match.
Yeah, and his younger brother, Tim, will be jumping on the court after this. Reversing Pierre Enrolas, one of Ron's players. But beautiful shot there.
Pierre got him last time. I remember watching it, and I reckon it was on this court. I'm going to double check that, but I would wager I'm correct.
That's such a smart shot. Recovery is also there. Well played from Grabovic.
Yeah, the last time these two teams met, Zach beat Dan Kuz 12-10, and Pierre Enrolas beat Timmy Kuz 12-10.
Geez, good matchups. I can confirm over in our other court viewers, by the way, that Matty Kuznetsov is currently up against Ethan Butson 8-4.
It must be like awesome and also bizarre to have, two of your siblings playing in the same league all at the same time.
Yeah. I reckon it's cool. Awesome
it's
family.
Awesome.
And I got a bit of a big news for you here. Ash, in that the Roos will not get the bonus points against the Rangers. Sahil Dang beat James Cornish 11-6. So at minimum, they can get a 3-0, but they will not get the bonus points here as we look at the Morris v. Bellamy matchup over in New South Wales.
Yeah, Sahil Dang, he's got some dang good shots.
Well done, mate.
Well, yeah. Low-hanging fruit, DK.
It's all right. You got to take them.
Yeah, so what do you think, DK? Do you think, are we going to see Ethan Butson go to the next level or not?
Well, it's a fair question. I mean, he's been playing in the NPL for quite a while now. And, you know, I said at the start of the season, I expected Matty Kay to have a breakout season, and he has done that. But I think it's a fair point in Ethan's career to start asking the questions because, you know, he obviously took over from Zach Grab last season, took sort of more of a leadership role, and he did quite well in it. But performance-wise, you know, he doesn't really have the pressure on him this season. He can just play freely.
Yeah, but he just hasn't really produced the results.
Mm.
Again, I don't want to lean on him too much because he is young, but he has been playing for a while. And, yeah, give him another... I'm going to need to start seeing some results in the next 6 months, put it that way.
Jeez, what a rally.
So good.
That is a very good instant replay there from the Sportsfoot team.
Because there's a whole swathe of players just behind the big dogs. And, you know, the big dogs, let's just stay in Victoria for a moment. You've got Tom Evans, Vuk, Zach, Matt Kuznetsov. They're your big dogs. Then Ethan, Chia. I'm going to throw in Sahil Dang. And maybe Timmy Kuznetsov. But actually, I'm not going to throw in Timmy because I don't know if he's younger again, but I just don't know. The gap's too big. But we need to see some players taking it to the next step and joining the big dogs. Kane Townsend here playing, of course, Danielle Townsend's brother. I've got a little ditty for you, DK, in that Danielle, a lot of the captains were given a questionnaire before the season. And one of the questions was, who do you think will be the MVP from your state? And most players, you know, nominated other players. And, you know, I think Sarah Dennehy, for example, nominated Summer Delabonna. And, yeah, Danielle Townsend was the only captain to nominate herself as the MVP of her state. I think DK's muted himself again, but look, you got to believe you're the best, and Danielle Townsend believes she's the best. That's why she is the best. At doubles. Sorry, Danny, but you're not the best at singles. That mantle goes to Summer Delabonna. DK's just jumped out for a moment. So I'll just keep... I might even tell him that story again. think it's a good story.
Sorry, mate. I've just walked in on the back there. What am I missing out on?
Well, mate, we're watching Kane Townsend, who, of course, the brother of Danielle Townsend, and anyone who's listening to this broadcast will have heard me just say this because I thought I was talking to you, but I'm going to say it again. I'm going to double down. Before the NPL season, the captains were given a questionnaire, and there were lots of questions, and one of the questions was, who do you think will be the MVP from your state? And most captains, nominated other players. Sarah Dennehy nominated Summer Delabonna, etc. But Danielle Townsend nominated herself. She's the only captain in the whole of the NPL to nominate herself as the MVP. And I think it speaks to who she is, and we love it.
I love the confidence. That's awesome. Yeah, that is quite funny. Just completely backing herself. That questionnaire, by the way, Ash, for our viewers at home, we'll give you a little bit of insider trading here. There were some ridiculous answers, to say the least. Some of the things that the players got back to us with were definitely not safe for broadcast. But let's just say there's a lot of humor within the National Pickleball League and all the players.
And Zach Grab getting the chocolates over Dan Coors there.
Yeah, 11-5. He got away, didn't he?
Yeah, that'll give him some confidence.
Ben Porfiuri currently up 5-1 against Adam Walters. Probably an unexpected scoreline there. Walters is a very solid singles player. I've got a question for you, Ash. You know how we talked about at the 700 who had more potential out of Sarah Dennehy and Lindsay Baker?
Yep.
They're actually versing each other right now as we speak with the Burrows and the Brumbies.
Wow.
Dennehy currently up 10-1.
Yep. No, Dennehy's overtaken her. Something's happened. I don't know what's going on with Lindsay Baker.
Yeah, the singles hasn't... I mean, no, she's had a very solid singles season. But obviously Sarah is just on another level at the moment. She's a little bit... I still think she's a bit underrated somehow, Sarah Dennehy. Oh, punched a bit long there.
Well, Summer Delabonna beat Lindsay Baker 11-0.
Yep.
So, yeah. I think we've expected more from Lindsay, I think, and hopefully she can find some form. Timmy Kuz has grown again. I think he's, he is. He's taller.
Got a good news story for you as well. Your boy Josh Nipris.
Yep.
Took down the Fog in men's singles.
Wow.
Yeah, 11-4.
Love Nipris. And I was touching on this earlier. I think that they've been, pretty heroic's the wrong word, but they've been brave. Nipris and Jesperson for the Reef, It's not easy when you're missing half your team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they're too happy about it, by the way, DK.
The Reef.
No, yeah, the two chaps I've mentioned there, let's just see, I don't think the team is going to be catching up for a chicken dinner anytime soon.
Well, for me personally, right, like Josh Nipris was a captain. And then he's obviously, I guess, relinquished his captaincy or whatever may have happened there, as we have a split screen on the Greenzone here. To have the two ladies not play. It's no good.
Yeah. You know, there's I'm not going to say who, but I've got a couple of messages, and you know, there's team members leaving other team members left on red and not getting back to them, you know, until a month later. I just don't think there's much bonding going on with the Reef for obvious reasons there.
And I want to bring this scoreline up here, viewers. The Adam Walters versus Ben Porphyry on the right. Porphyry playing out of his skin. Now, Adam Walters obviously a very solid singles player, but 7-point lead.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's the thing. If Porphyry can start playing some high-quality pickle, then the Heat really become a dangerous proposition. Not that they're not already being undefeated, but
Yeah, and it's fair to say it's a critical win here for the Heat, because Colin Wong ended up taking down Kyron Lavers 11-8. Lavers had a pretty handy lead at the start. So that will tie that matchup up if Porphyry can get it done. Really stings for the Bandicoots because they could have brought it to a 2-1 scoreline and kept the deal breaker opportunity alive. Whew, it's a big smash.
and Rollis just creamed one down the line.
It looks like we might have a potential deal breaker situation here, Ash. I've just seen the message come through. Try and find out where it is for you all, viewers. All of the information, by the way, viewers, available via the National Pickleball League website, including the ladder. Can keep up to date with everything. So I can confirm it looks like it's court 1 over in New South Wales, viewers. That's okay. We'll continue with the action here with our split screen coverage for you all. Ugh, tongue-tying myself here in the commentary booth. Stingers and Comets going to the wire at the moment. 8-5 scoreline. As well as the Opals and the Reef. It's good to see some close pickleball for your afternoon. As we can see, Adam Walters fighting back here to Ben Porphyry. Oh, that backhand is huge from Porphyry. Disregard everything I just said as he is getting ready to lock and load. But Adam Walters survives. This is big. Bandicoots must win this to keep the deal breaker opportunity alive. Pressure on Captain Walters flicking it down the left. Ball goes out. Ben Porphyry with the game point opportunity here. And he does it. Beautiful play. Well done to Ben Porphyry. He has locked up the victory here in his matchup, and big smiles all around from the fellas. And terrific shot to end it for his side. No deal breaker for them. They will walk away with the victory overall, regardless of the result. And viewers, we're going to bounce into a quick commercial break. And when we return, we'll continue with your action. Live here with the NPL Greenzone. It's been a lot of fun calling them.
Pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
Welcome back, everyone, to the NPL AHM Greenzone. We're live here from our round 4. Still battling it out. Been a lot of fun this morning into the afternoon. Calling all of your matches for your Saturday afternoon of pickleball. can see here, Timmy Kuznetsov taking on Pierre and Horolis. Awfully close scoreline. And they've just got a bit of a timeout. A fierce rally going on the left. And that looks like it's the Roos v Rangers. They're up to their mixed doubles, currently a 6-2 scoreline. Westbury Cornish taking on Team Fisher. Cool to see the two Fishers teaming up together. And we've got a game point opportunity here for Anharolas, but Timmy K serving it in. Be looking to tie things up if he can. Beautiful shot. For your results around the grounds, we have a potential deal breaker opportunity in Queensland with the Brumbies versing the Boroughs. They're currently... Oh no, my apologies. The Brumbies will take the lead regardless if the Boroughs take the mixed doubles format at a 2-1 scoreline. Setters and Outback are currently battling it out. Outback have a 2-0 lead overall. For our Sharks v Adders that we can currently see on screen, the Adders have a subtle lead. Timmy K battling here. Into the net. Tide v 29ers, mixed doubles format. They're currently underway. 29ers enjoying a 2-0 lead with one tie between the two. And we were just watching the Bandicoots in the Heat over in New South Wales. The Heat enjoying a 2-0 lead as well. Stingers and Comets awfully close. Their matchup currently with a 1-1 scoreline. Winner of the mixed doubles will take it, and currently the Stingers are enjoying a 17-10 lead. Which is pretty awesome to see some close games over in New South Wales as well. Once again, viewers, if you are just tuning in, unfortunately we can't see the Queensland matches today for our Greenzone. There's a fair bit of rain over in Redcliffe. As a result, the event has had to relocate. Thankfully, Mitchelton was available, but it means the broadcast is not. Beautiful drive, recoveries there, flicked away, confirmed in. And Norolas takes the victory here for our men's singles format between these two. And we'll take a look at some of the key matchups that's going to come on later on today, viewers, between our teams. Over in Queensland, we'll have the Opals taking on the Outback. That'll be a doozy. Tide v Rangers has potential to be a really exciting one here at the Jar. Bandicoots and Stingers in New South Wales. And the Dinkers and the Comets could also be a closely fought contest, considering where all of these teams are on their ladder thus far. It's fair to say the Brumbies and the Heat are the top of the bunch at the moment, with no losses recorded to their name. And the Heat will be taking on the Aggies later on today, who are at the bottom of the ladder for the New South Wales format, so they're probably eyeing off some bonus points for the unfortunate Aggies. If we can bounce across to court 2, or the court just to our left, so our viewers can watch this matchup with the mixed doubles format going on between the Roos and Rangers. I can see a combination of Valos and Chia out on court. And that looks like Brookie Massey, or Marcy. And I'm not entirely sure who she's teaming up with. I'm assuming Sahil Dang will be her teammate. And over at the Tide of Niners, we've got a very strong combination of Vuk Velicevic and Helena Spirides up against Evans and Lelanoa. This will be a great matchup. I think it's going to come down to which Lelanoa we have on the court. We'll see if that ball's called in. Yeah, Evans is given the okay. As the Niners currently enjoying quite a healthy lead here in their matchup. And there's the Roos Rangers I was speaking about earlier. As currently, yeah, it is Sahil Dang, Brookie Massey into the net. Unfortunate time for us to bounce across. And the Roos, no opportunity for the bonus point today, as they did have a draw with the men's singles format, thankfully to Sahil Dang, who's on the left side of the screen. Amanda Moo calling this one. I have to give a big shout out to Amanda with the Victorian Open a little while back. She was instrumental in a very clean and smooth tournament. I was fortunate enough to broadcast and commentate that event, and it was a lot of fun. Plenty of happy players at that tournament. Looks like just a discussion regarding the service. Oh, nice. Cavalos clipping the line there. Had a chance to have Kat in the commentary booth for the NPL PWR 700, the Brisbane Championships last weekend, and she has a lot of insight to the singles match, singles format, but I know she wasn't exactly pleased with herself regarding her results. Unfortunately, no doubt she'll be looking to bounce back. Josh Cheer on attack, good shot. Clipping the paddle of Sahil Dang. I believe we're going to bounce over to court one here in the jar as the players have a bit of a breather. A bit of a timeout. Very strong scoreline here for the Roos. As we go and witness the battle between the 29ers and the Tide. Now, I did mention this earlier. It's going to be interesting to see which Lelanoa we have on the court. If she plays to the best of her capabilities, this will be a very close one. Great shot there from Evans. And then we have a double stack in effect here for Velicevic and Spirides. Big shot from the big man Vuk, straight down to the feet of Lelanoa. .15-15 scoreline. Lead up is once again down at the feet of Lelanoa. She's been called a couple of times. Official Kelvin still calling this one. Bang. Right on the tee. Tom Evans has blasted that one away. Second server. Most likely expect Lelanoa to shuffle here and switch with Evans. And that was a great poach there from Evans. So it's probably good for our viewers from an educational perspective. So even though the switch was on, he deliberately sat in the middle of the court because he knew that the return would most likely go to Memory Lelanoa as she was transitioning to the kitchen line. Tom was there covered and won the rally as a result. Drive goes long. And the Niners take a 1 point lead. High five hit there, unfortunately, for Spirides and Vilicevic. It looks like we have an offensive timeout on the result of the... Oh no, swapping. Is it a swapping? No, it must be a rotation. For the 29ers, healthy lead thus far. We'll have the tide on the opposing sides of the court. Remember, viewers, our NPL finals are coming up at the end of May. And down in the jar, we will see these very same courts that we're currently witnessing. And my goodness, it's going to be crazy. The team lineups, quite fascinating this season. There's no real way to call who's going to be top of the food chain. I will predict that the 29ers will definitely be there. And I would expect them to go quite far, but you look over at New South Wales, the Heat are dominating with no losses to their name, and over in Queensland, the Brumbies are in the same boat. So it's very interesting. We will see all these amazing teams come head-to-head and clash. So the finals will definitely be one to pencil down to watch. Vuk Vilicevic, double strike down at the knees of Lelanoa. For the 29ers, they've only received one loss this season. And that was the very first matchup of the season against the Roos. Well, that's a costly error. Immediately giving the service up. Memory Lelanoa to bring it in. I've asked the question, viewers, if we could have an awards or a set of awards for our players this season. And one of the awards I'd like to see is a rising star category. I'd have Lelanoa in that discussion. But this isn't her first season, so maybe she doesn't qualify for the Rising Star. Whereas someone like a Sahil Dang, who's been a multiple-time substitute, as we see him playing today as well. Big net serve, ball plays on. But if there's anyone that you at home believe would be suitable, ATP attempt from Spirides, and you're watching via the YouTube channel, please let us know in the comments. Sure, the NPL team would love to know your thoughts on your favourite players of the season. Big drive into the net. I asked Ash Williams earlier who we believe the MVP of the overall season thus far is, and he couldn't make a decision, and I can understand why. It's a tough one. A lot of players have played some lights out pickleball thus far. Poach, great shot. Tom Evans recovering. Elena just giving him a bit of a nod there. Well done, mate. You got me. He got 2. Drive completed. And the Niners inching towards the 3-0 at the moment. ATP, oh, not to be, into the net. Evans a bit too much oomph. Vuk Filicevic to serve. The Tide are definitely within this, but oh my goodness. Vuk playing T-ball out there, absolutely ripping that shot. But it's been called wide.
That looked good to me, DK.
Yeah, Ash, welcome back. That was awfully close. Well, Eleanor frames it. That goes out.
That was him, mate.
Well, no challenge was had. Play continues. ATP, Lelanoa. Ball's recovered. And Evans putting that one away. Good team play.
DK, I heard you talking about the rising star of the NPL.
Mm-hmm.
So what are the metrics for it? So it's got to be their first season.
I mean, that would make sense, right? Like, and that's why I said Lelanoa really can't qualify for it because she's played a season already.
Well, you know what the wrinkle is with Sahil Dang?
Is a sub.
He's a sub.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Yeah, well played, Evans. Too strong in the middle.
Yeah, but he's played a fair few rubbers now for Div 1. I feel like he almost qualifies.
Yeah, well, he could be the super sub if there's a super sub award. I'd give it to Dang for sure. Who? I'm trying to think who this is their first season where they've come and destroyed teams. Sarah Dennehy played last season, so she doesn't count. Sheesh, Tom.
So are you talking MVP of the country?
No, just like a rising star. First season. This
Right.
is their first season in the NPL, and
yeah,
they've come out and done really well.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Rising star of the country or state?
We do country, but we'll exclude captains because, like, obviously Joey Wild would be the rising star. But I feel like a captain can't really be picked.
Colin Wong?
Yeah, Wong has done well. Patient pickleball here from Lelanoa. Unfortunately, Evans unable to get back into it.
Elena's dinking looked on point there. Really aggressive.
Yeah, if we look over at over in New South Wales, and specifically for like the Stingers, could you say that Mickey Hyatt could be the... Oh, then again, Summer Dalabona, it's their first season. Summer and Mickey's first season with the NPL.
I feel like you can't have played any league in
Okay.
Australia.
So got to be... Yeah, okay, that's a good call. So I'm just looking at the lists of young superstars. Is there anyone in Queensland that immediately rings a bell? Not really. No one really in New South Wales either, if we're going off of those parameters.
And so the
Victoria.
Tide, just recapping that match there between the 29ers and the Tide. 29ers too good. Too good.
Yeah, well, I think after Vuk went down in the men's singles, it sort of unraveled a bit.
What do they say? What's that war term? You've got to you take them off at the head or something like that. Have you heard about this metaphor?
Like a fish rots from the head. It's not that you're talking about.
Well, yeah, but there's something else. You take them anyway. Vuk is the head of that team, and once you dismantle the Vuk, the house of cards come tumbling down at the Tide. Unfortunately, Vuk is their talisman.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he hasn't played the whole season. Wong into the net.
And the Heat doing it easy, like they have all season. Let's just check how my mates, the Comets, are going. Well, the Stingers have beaten the Comets.
Yep. Stingers have had a great season as well. And over to the jar, we currently have the Sharks v Adders.
Oh,
If
good.
the Sharks win this, we will come back to a little bit of a dinger.
Amy Munro will not like that. She's one of the most competitive players you'll ever play against.
This is who you said is the number one women's doubles player, right? For
In Victoria.
Victoria, yeah.
Yep. Because she plays right up on the kitchen line. A lot of females take a step back and they play, a foot off the kitchen line. Amy's right on it. Who's your answer? Who's better than her at doubles in Victoria? I know. Have you seen much of her play?
I got the chance to cover a bit in Victoria, but I think that was more singles.
She's a competitor, mate. Danny Townsend type competitor.
Yeah, right. Very good comparison then. If you're popping names out like that.
Well, I've commentator's curse here, but that's one weakness in her game is that her speed up is very, very, very predictable.
Yeah. Tennis background, I'm assuming?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Mind you, that doesn't mean a lot of people can read it.
True.
It still staggers me, people who play pickleball every day and they can't read a speed up. It's like, mate, what is going on?
Yeah, some people are blatantly obvious when they're doing it. But if it works,
If the paddle drops and they're at the net, there's going to be a speed up. It's pretty simple.
viewers, keep in mind this is the last game that we can potentially have a deal breaker for our afternoon of pickleball for our first round of the games today. Keep in mind we have 2 rounds. So we will go into our next set of matches after this.
And Amy Munro's already played today. She played Div 2 in the morning, so it's a big day of pickleball.
Mm. Oh, Gabby May, look at the defense. ATP,
Got it.
and that is elite. Big for the Sharks.
This is a win, though, for the Sharks. You know, you've got a fill-in, you know, a goddamn great fill-in in Amy Munro, but it's still a fill-in, and you're 10-all. And then you've got Zach Grab, your captain, to take you home.
Yeah, you'd be very pleased with these results.
He should be able to, yeah.
Considering their opposition are no slouches, as that brings up the 11-10 scoreline, and the Adders a subtle lead, and we can see Aisha Dang there on the sidelines cheering on her side.
This is going to be a really tight tussle.
Viewers, she does have a lower limb injury, so she can't play. There's Zach wandering on the court, the King Shark.
He's going to be needing to do a lot of work here. The big Shark needs to take most of the court. Selena will be feeling it. Doubles is not as strong as her singles. And yeah, this could go either way. I don't know who do you think, DK?
I want to see the Sharks win just for a deal breaker.
Yeah, me too.
If Zach Grab was a shark, what kind of shark would he be?
Oh, like a tiger shark. What's the biggest shark?
Like a white pointer is what I think of, like a great
Yeah,
white.
pointer. Yep.
Yeah.
He's there to kill.
I was thinking like a hammerhead because he just crunches the ball. Like a
Yeah, but a hammerhead is not aesthetically pleasing. I think Zach's quite a good-looking guy.
Fair enough.
I've never told him that.
Yeah, that's right. He watched the Greenzone later, and there we go, viewers. We got confirmation that after this match is finished, we'll bounce through to the next set of games today. So the way the NPL works is that we have effectively 2 time slots, I suppose, so our teams can prepare and get ready to verse the next set of teams. But we have the privilege of watching a potential deal breaker here.
Oh, geez, Selena. Selena was about to take the forehand.
Oh, Zach, get out of it. How did he get 2 of those shots back?
They've got to communicate.
So, Ash, I was at the 700 last weekend. I was, I'm not going to name names, but I was watching one of Zach's matches with a couple of players who, let's just say they're involved in the fitness world in Queensland. And I just asked them, like, oh, what do you, like, Zach's obviously a big fella, right? Like, and he's very athletic around the court. Like, what impresses you about his game? And all of them said his legs. They're like, he just has gigantic tree trunk legs and he can throw himself around. Like, Zach's not a little man, but he can. I just don't know how he can generate so much power with his legs to be able to do consistent earnings and whatnot. Oh, big poach.
Really targets Selena here. She's just got to hold the line and give way to Zach. You can't be going for a forehand when the big shark wants the forehand too.
Daunting, right, for a sub? Oh, what a flick. Gabby May.
No, Izzy.
Izzy. Sorry, not Gabby May. Yeah, Gabby was just on. Papa's yarn. Yeah, daunting for the substitute. Hey, like, comes on, deal breaker situation.
Well, she knows Zach a little bit because Selena works at the Jar as well. So she's had some, a relationship with Zach, which I think helps a lot. Zach's there coaching a lot during the week and drilling.
Yep. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize that she was in the Jar.
Yeah, she works behind the desk part time.
Good to have some JAR representatives in the helping the Sharks out.
Because if you don't know Zach, let's just say they'd never. Oh, good, beautiful rock.
Wow.
If she had never met Zach, this would be quite intimidating. But there's a little bit of camaraderie there.
Yep.
And she'll learn so much from playing with Zach.
Sheesh. This is ramped up a little bit. Firefight's really starting to pop off.
There will be a paddle smash if Zach loses this.
The hammerhead, I'm telling you. Ernie in the kitchen.
Yep, foot fault. He didn't make it. But he didn't even try and pretend like he made it. You know, sometimes you know you haven't made it, but you make it look like you have.
Well, to be fair, he just about fell straight into it, so I don't think he can hide it.
Yeah. Still, he made it easy for the ref to call it. I think a ref would be a bit scared to call a foot fault on Zach. Good drop, Selena. Okay, here we go. Selena's playing great.
She's doing very well. I was about to say, fulfilling her role perfectly currently.
Creamed it. I was just about to say, just drop and get to the net. But no, Selena had had enough of that rally.
Yeah, I got to say, you get given an opportunity. She's doing well at the moment with hers.
Oh, Zach grab. Yes. We're still on track for a deal breaker deal.
Good. I'm actually wearing my NPL Big Dill shirt, the OG NPL shirts back in the day. NPL have got amazing apparel, by the way, Ash. Jeez. Weren't they popular in at the 700?
Oh, for sure. Hats, T-shirts, it's all there. Mate, footy update, fourth quarter, D's and the Hawks are level.
How much is it killing you that you can't keep up to date with it?
Oh, I'm not too worried about it because it sounds like the Hawks aren't playing very well.
Okay.
But there was always going to be a danger game. Anyway, back to pickleball.
14-14. Izzy Papazan, the recovery from Grabovic, too good. Yeah, probably not the angle there for the ATP.
I think it's fair to say that Izzy Papazan is the next star of Victorian pickleball.
Yep.
Made a quarterfinal at NPL Brisbane, going down to, was it Dallabonna? I think it was Dallabonna.
She did very well too.
No, it was Selena. She went down in 3.
Yeah, but she could have definitely taken Taruya down. Did she beat Townsend in the end?
No, not in the. It was a pool match.
Okay.
Actually, it's a good question.
No, she was in the same pool as Townsend, but I think Townsend dominated. Oof. Isabel got blasted in the foot.
Yeah, no, I think Townsend took care of her.
Mm-hmm. And she's pretty handy in the commentary booth too, is he? Oh, what a shot. Out of the kitchen, beautiful. Plenty of earnings happening here on our court, and it looks like we have a timeout as a result.
I think it's a change of ends.
Oh, yeah, the 17.
Who did Townsend lose to at NPL Brisbane singles?
Let me get it up. I can tell you exactly.
Was it Mickey Hyatt? I think it was Mickey Hyatt. I remember thinking this is a really tough draw for a quarterfinal for someone who finished top of their pool.
Yeah, the draws were mental, to say the least.
It was Mickey Hyatt, because we spoke about how Townsend couldn't replicate what she did at NPL Sydney. I'm almost certain it was Hyatt.
All right, so I've got open women's singles up here. So, yeah, so Izzy Papazan lost to Selena Taroya in 3. Danny Townsend lost to Sarah Dennehy.
Whoa.
11-3, 11-3. And then Dennehy beat Mickey Hyatt in 3.
Oh, that's right. Yep. The Adders just starting to put some points on the board here. 18-14, number 2.
This is big for the Adders. Good for their season too, low-key.
Sorry, 19-14.
You know, there's a possibility today, Ash, that the... Oh, no, because the Roos would have won, right? So I was going to say they could have potentially bounced in the second, but if the Roos won their matchup, then that's not possible.
Nah.
Oh, Zach.
We're going to see a paddle go. Get ready.
Look out, Selena.
Because, what were they? 11-9 or something at the changeover?
Definitely winnable, yeah.
Oh, for sure. No.
Big speeder. Papazan gets it done. And the Adders have taken down the Sharks for our final match of the first half of our Green Zone matches for you today. Now, viewers, we might bounce into a quick commercial break as a result. Keep in mind we have plenty more action for your afternoon coming right up here at the NPL AHM Green Zone. Dylan Kimlin, Ash Williams will continue the fun straight after this message from our sponsors.
It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, Elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, Elevate.
NPL, let's go!
lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the NPL AHM Greenzone. About to get underway with the second portion of our afternoon for your Saturday afternoon of pickleball. With our next set of games ready to go, we can see Captain Spreedy's out there warming up with Marcy as our women's singles portion is about to get underway.
So, DK, do you think the Tide can get a bonus point here against the Rangers?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Roos certainly had an opportunity to do so, and Sahil Dang prevented that. But I think the Tide would be certainly wanting to do so, considering they're now fourth on the ladder. Adders have secured third outright.
You mentioned Sahil Dang, the sub for the Rangers.
Yep.
Apparently he's the captain today.
Really?
Yeah. So a bit of an oxymoron, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sahil Dang is made or is already made a permanent member of the Rangers.
So we've got Chris Turvey out, Henrik Traskin also out. So Sahil's in, and who's the other gentleman playing for the Rangers?
I think it's Josh Fisher.
Yeah, okay.
So it could just be for today, but I would have thought maybe Brookie Marcy would have been the captain, considering she's the, OG member.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe she didn't want it.
Mm. Yeah, the Rangers have had a pretty rough season thus far. 0-7 for their stat line thus far. It's no good. Now, matches around the league for our afternoon of pickleball viewers. Over in Queensland, we have two absolute thrillers. It's a shame we can't watch them. Opals v Brumbies, Boroughs v Outback. Oh boy. In Victoria, we currently have our matches that we're seeing at the moment. Tide v Rangers. Sharks and Roos is a good match, Ash.
Yeah, I think the Sharks, they'll obviously want to try and get a win on the board for this afternoon after going down to the Adders, but I think the Roos will just be too strong. I can't see, I won't say who, but someone from the Roos has just messaged me and said that the Sharks are much stronger with Amy Munro in the team.
Well, there you go. You mentioned earlier about your thoughts on her game and how solid she is.
Yeah, the Sharks have really, they've got the same win-loss as the Tide, but they need to win this over the Roos, or I think their season's done.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that the Tide have a potential for a bonus point here, and geez, that would be so good for their season if they could get it.
Yeah,
Considering,
so that's That's official. If the Sharks lose to the Roos, then we can put a line through the Sharks. That's it.
We've got the 29ers and the Adders also playing today. I think that's a handy matchup considering that's 1v3. Adders have just come off a victory.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at what happened last time they played against each other. It is. So Tom Evans beat Dan Kuz 11-4. Matt Kuz beat Tim Kuz 11-3. 29ers won the gender doubles 22-15. And they split the singles.
For the ladies.
Yeah, so Izzy beat Ange Green and Memory beat Gabby May.
Yeah, okay.
So I think the kicker there for me is that Gabby May has to win her singles against Memory for the Adders to be any chance because they lost 3-love. They got wiped by the 29ers.
Tie on like the men's. That's a interesting. I would like to see that match quite a bit. Oh, beautiful shot there from Marcy, punching down the left. Bandicoots and Stingers also going head to head, and the Dinkers and Comets. So Comets and a 1-6 overall. And a rough game for the Aggies, Ash. They've got the heat.
Yeah, look, DK, call me insensitive, but I don't have any time for the Aggies. And I don't have any time for the Rangers. I don't have any time for the Reef. I'm focused on the pointy end of the season, who's at the top of the ladder. And I've lost a lot of respect for those teams. They just haven't been able to get it done.
And a rough season for sure. As we're up to the second last round of the season. Remember, we do have round 5 coming up next week as well.
So this is the thing, though. I mean, teams like the Rangers, the Reef, the Aggies, they've waved the white flag. So you've got to make sure you get the bonus points. That's the wrinkle in playing these, winless teams.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. I think Victoria's probably been the, closest division, as they only have one team, which is the Rangers, which have had a considerable amount of losses. Whereas the next team is the Sharks. So Sharks are coming second last in Victoria.
Oh, it's super tight. Now, apparently Sahil is captain for the rest of the season, which implies that Henrik Traskin won't return. And also implies that Chris Turvey will probably be injured for next round.
Yep.
And this is what happens too. The wheels come off their season. Players, they throw the baby out with the bathwater. And look, it's not great. It's not great because, if you're going down, you want to go down with a sinking ship, Titanic style, and be playing the violin until the last breath. But some of these, I don't know where Henrik is, but did he know he was going overseas when he committed to being a captain for the Rangers?
I'm not sure. But it is disappointing to see, obviously, two of those sides, the Rangers and the Reef, both missing their captains.
Yep.
So for, obviously, massive chance for Sahil Dang to really prove his stuff.
Well, at least Henrik Traskin played a few games. Molly O'Donoghue's played none. I still don't know what is going on there. But look, thoughts and prayers that go out to Henrik Traskin, who's probably sitting on a beach in Lithuania right now. We feel for you, mate. Doing it tough over there, probably sitting there with an Aperol Spritz. No doubt watching the Greenzone. Shout out to you, Henrik.
as we've got the New South Wales also up here on our split screen. And our ladies currently going head to head. Smith taking on Calderwood. Smythe, sorry, we discussed this, didn't we? It's Millie Smythe, not Smith.
So Millie Smythe was, we were talking about the captain's question and answer pre-season.
Yep.
A lot of NPL Sydney captains said Millie Smythe was going to be the MVP of New South Wales.
Really?
Yep. Like about 3 captains. And I'm like, really?
Okay.
When we've got Selena Taruya, Mickey Hyatt, etc. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, admittedly, I haven't watched much of Millie's game, so I can't be like blown away by that announcement. But I agree, Ash. Like obviously, Hyatt, Taruya, Stoker, those kind of players are in New South Wales, so have to be very good. Calderwood currently enjoying a bit of a lead.
Yeah, so Alex Tran said Millie Smythe. Alex Tran also nominated himself as the male MVP. So Tran's dreaming officially.
He's a nice guy, Alex.
Oh, he's good fun. He has a laugh. So Tyra Calderwood said Millie Smythe.
Okay.
Selena Taruya said Tatjana Bozovic.
Yeah, and Bozovic has been, like the Aggies in general, for me, was probably I just haven't covered many of these players. So Jovic, Bozovic, Cancel and Townsend. I just haven't seen much of them, right? So I just don't know what to expect of that team going into the season.
Theodora Jovic said Shannon Spencer.
Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, she probably expected maybe a breakout year for Spencer, or a breakout season. First game, by the way, locked up on the right side. But we're going to watch Martin and Fisher. Nat Fisher's pretty handy on the singles court. Can definitely belt a ball around.
She's pretty good, but she's better at doubles.
Well, we got both the Fishers playing together for today. It's pretty awesome. Couple
I
goals.
thought it was a strange call that, I'm not sure if Henrik Traskin is putting the subs in or, I don't know who it could be, but I'm surprised Stefan Jordik didn't get a call up today because he's filled in numerous times for Div 1 throughout the season, but they've gone with Josh Fisher.
Well, whatever the reason might be, I might actually get the Sportsfot team to go back to that New South Wales match with Oxnard and Hyatt. Very close scoreline over there. And we mentioned Louise Oxnard earlier. She's been playing well. We've got a close one here between Bozovic and Ferguson. I think the ladies are just having a warm-up. Yep. And here we go. 6-4. Louise Oxnard currently with a lead. These are the, what do we call these two? The frequent flyers. Both worried about missing their flight in going to New South Wales at the 700.
Well, look, this is not the first time that Mickey Hyatt will have to come from behind to win her singles today.
Good serve. Yeah, she's got her smiling assassin sunnies on. We saw them at the Sydney 400 when she teamed up with Dalabonna. She looks a little bit off, Ash. Typically, Hayat lasts away, especially in the singles
She
court.
does.
She's one of the best.
She doesn't look engaged.
Hmm. Oof, just long.
Tell you what, if Oxnard can get this done, this will do wonders for a Jupa.
Huge. Huge for Louise.
Might just get a little Jupa update.
There we go. That's better from Hayat. Terrific
She'll get
drive.
it done. Mickey will win. So Mickey's a 5.5 in singles.
That does not surprise me at all.
Louise is a 4.4.
Sheesh. Doing well then. Except she's had 3 out balls in a row. And yeah, good timeout.
This is a good timeout. And this is where you've got to finish the job.
Yep.
Honourable losses are still losses. Like, you either win or you lose. Like, you've got to finish the job, or you may as well lose 11 love.
Well, how often did we see it at the 700 on the weekend where players would have quite a healthy lead and just fall out altogether?
Yep.
So obviously, for Oxnard, a big opportunity here to put this one away.
You've got to truly believe you can win, and that starts before the match. So sometimes there are players who go out there and they don't believe they can win. They're 8-5 up, first to 11, and then they're like, hang on. You kind of need to do the mental work before the match starts.
Was it Mickey Hayat that tried a different paddle at the 700?
Selena Troya.
Yeah,
Selena was
Selena.
using Mickey's paddle.
That's right. And she's tied things up. She's a superstar for a reason.
Well, it's a Luz. Of course, Mickey's using a Luz. There you go. She's got a hot forehand. It can dip. It can penetrate the court.
Yeah, and her double-handed backhand is nearly on par with some of Alabonna's as well. Oh, well
Good.
done from Louise. Oxnard getting it
She's
back.
got to rally. Yep, she's got to steady the ship here. We blink and now Mickey's up 9-8. So nice deep serve. Probably into the body. Called in.
Yeah, that was an exceptional drive there from Hayat. Another returning error. I think Mickey's really doing some damage here with the services.
It's mental, DK. It's mental. Very lucky. She's got to make this count. She gets one more chance here. Come on. Deep serve.
Oh, too good.
Way too good.
Critical.
She got to the net,
man.
which I respect.
After this rally, I've got some updates from around the grounds. As we have a game point here for Hayat. And she secured it. She's one of the best for a reason. Gets the job done in a pressure situation.
What's your update, DK?
So, we had some thrilling matches in Queensland. Burrows v Outback, Sarah Dennehy, Crystal Mildwaters. Oh, what a game. Dennehy got the victory 11-7. Also, and this is thematic if you listen to our broadcast in Redcliffe for the 700, we mentioned Danielle Townsend and Lindsay Baker. Those two are currently versing each other at a 6-2 scoreline. So that would have been a fun one to tune in on.
Do you think we could jump to Victoria? We've currently got Gabby May taking on Memory Lena Noah.
That is a good game. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Geez, they're good. Look
That is
after us here.
Lightning quick from the Sportfot team.
Yeah. And Gabby May off to a thriller.
Keeping in mind she lost 11-3 last time they played. And I mentioned to you earlier, DK, this is the match that the Adders must win to win this tie.
Yeah, I will say, viewers, that Bozovic and Ferguson currently 5-3 as well in their scoreline. Selena Taruya only beat Jovic by 2 points, Ash. It's a good effort, considering Selena's one of the best.
Yep.
Oh, great drive. Called wide. Challenge is there. We'll see what the call is.
Called in.
In. Nice. You know, Ash, you've been praising the Outback pretty much all season. And I know it's a shame we really haven't been able to watch them too much, but they are very healthily sitting at second. I don't know if they're going to get first. Lovely shot there from May. I don't think they'll catch the Brumbies, but I would love to see like a Brumbies v Roos matchup. Something like that. That'd be just exciting, you know. You see, because obviously we want to see the top teams go head to head, but the teams that are coming second have done very well also. It's pretty exciting to consider. All the stingers as well. Oof. Finals, mate. It's going to be so much fun.
I think the Outback are probably the best team out of Queensland and Victoria. And then...
Do you still think they're better than the Brumbies?
It just depends. What's going... Caden Hensel's out for the next 2 rounds. Will he be back for the finals?
It's a fair question. They had Jake Winan in today, though. My goodness, I looked at his score lines. He blew people out. So Jake is a very... Jake's a very solid substitute. I think he beat Ryan Simmons like 11-2 or something.
Oh, okay.
Simmons is very solid.
Look, let's put the... Yeah. That's what's great about the competition. We don't know who's going to come out on top. I think we can chuck a blanket over 2 teams in each state. And we've got the Brumbies and the Outback in Queensland. We've got the Heat and the Stingers in New South Wales. And in Victoria, I'm just going to go the 29ers and the Roos.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, my apologies, viewers. I was incorrect on that. It was because the Brumbies, the Boroughs and the Brumbies are going head to head.
Just on screen to the right there is Gabby May's boyfriend, Ollie.
Does he play?
He doesn't play competitively anyway.
Yeah, okay.
What is Memory doing? That was going out. I think with Memory too, again, she's so young, but she'll take the next step when she starts bringing the body language and the intensity on court. At the moment, again, it's pretty nonchalant.
I can confirm that Emily Martin beat Nat Fisher as well. So the Roos are tied, are up to a 1-0 lead against the Rangers.
So Memory has got to challenge that call too. I reckon that was lick the line. You've got to challenge the calls. Good ball. Yeah, mate, that's a good win for Emily Martin. She was down 4-love against Nat Fisher. She really should win that match. So it was good to see her rally and get that for the Tide. And the Tide are still looking good for the bonus point. They need it.
Oof, just wide. And I want to bring up the Sharks v Roos matchup at the moment. My pick for how do I even phrase this? I guess most improved. I guess probably the word I'm looking for. Kat Westbury took down Amy Munro 11-2 in singles. Now, I think Westbury has had an incredible 2025. Punched, beautiful shot, recovery there from Lelanoa.
Well, she should beat Amy Munro in singles.
Yeah, but even in general, Westbury's just had a great season.
No, for sure. It'll be interesting to see if Selena Yang can give Kat Vallis a bit of a shake. I don't think so, but you never know.
If Aisha Dang is out again with her lower limb injury, do you imagine Yang will take that spot once more?
Possibly. There's only one more round. And look, the Sharks aren't playing finals. I'm putting a line through them. That's it. So, Yang might fill in.
Yep.
But it's not going to count for much in terms of, the title.
So I'm assuming, and I probably should get confirmation from Ron or David regarding this, but obviously the Victorian landscape at the moment has a lot of teams vying for that third place as we have a timeout here. If there's a tie on the win-loss, I'm assuming it goes to point differential next to determine third place. I'm assuming that's how it works.
Yeah, I think so. This would be a huge win for Memory. Now, the ace in the pocket for Memory is she can talk to Tom Evans here. Tom is a pretty good tactician. Hopefully he can simplify a game plan. I think it's got to be to do with approaching Gabby's backhand and getting to the net, because Memory's so long. She's got to get to the net.
Not only that, they have Ange Green.
For sure.
She's a phenomenal singles player, phenomenal tennis player. She would know well and truly.
Yep. She knows her stuff.
Just what the doctor ordered there for the 29ers. Take that every time. The old sorry, not sorry.
Oh, they're the best. Sorry, not sorry.
Yep. Tape tickler. Hustle.
Good call. Yep. What did I say, DK? You've got to approach the backhand, get to the net.
Sounds like advice from a man that had a pretty handy day on the singles court.
I mean, I'm not reinventing the wheel, but some players have got a better backhand than a forehand. An example of that is Sahil Dang. His forehand is weaker. But yeah, I'm a big. If someone's not going to come to the net like Gabby, then take her dinner. Get to the net.
Yeah, well, Lelanoa's up at the net now. Playing big. Oh,
Yeah, and you have to. You've got to get to the net. Unless you're someone like, trying to think, we're looking at this in America, like Zane Ford or someone who can just play a baseline game the whole time. But I mean, yeah, if Gabby's going to give you a free net position, you got to take it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on our other court, we can currently see, you mentioned the battle between Yang and Valos. Kat Valos currently enjoying a 6-0 lead against Selena Yang. Oh,
Yeah,
the refs copped it. Oh, dear.
I missed it. Yeah, Valos will be too good there.
Point. We might, if we could get a replay on that match-winning point there between May and Lelanoa.
Oh, please.
I think they may have hit somewhere a little bit delicate. As the victory has been secured there on our right side.
So, mate, Gabby was up, what was it, 6-3 or something?
Yeah, it was a healthy lead.
It's the Adders cannot win now. So the 29ers win that, and they'll be on top of the ladder, followed by the Roos. I think the Tide can get a bonus point, so I think the Tide might overtake the Adders, and the Sharks.
Oh, here we go. This might be the unintentional Falcon. No, that was a good shot though from Lelanoa. Poor old ref has just copped it in the crown jewels. Good rally. I reckon Valos is going to be hunting plenty of wins today after her results from the Brisbane Championships.
Yep.
I had a good chat with her about dieting and nutrition, Ash. Obviously, she's a PT. Very knowledgeable lady when it comes to all of that sort of stuff.
For sure. This is a terrible match so far from Selena.
You need to bounce back here. And there is a gentleman on our screen known as Other Dylan, Mr. Ventura Ho on the left side with the NPL team. Currently watching these ladies battle it out. Kat Valos goes for the Hail Mary. Unlucky, just goes long.
She needs a point here, Selena, just for her own confidence for the next game she plays.
Yeah, we can't be getting pickled.
There you go. So Zach Grab is going to have to turn it on for the Sharks to be any chance against the Roos.
Ash, do you know who Ataya Cross is?
I don't, mate.
So she's the substitute for the Reef. So both O'Donoghue and Shaki are not playing today. So we had Jess Christie come in to play for one of the ladies, and a person by the name of Taya Cross has come in to play for the Reef as well.
I thought Shaki was returning.
She is not on the list for ladder. So, big shot, nice. So, the reason why I bring Taya Cross up is the setters are currently versing the Reef. And Taya Cross beat Zoe Dagmar 11-0. We said that Dagmar had a pretty good effort on the weekend with Heartland Jones in that mixed lineup. They nearly took down Joey Wild and Danielle Townsend. Yeah, got 11-0. One to watch, maybe. It's a name I'm not familiar with.
Sorry, mate. I'm just reading some receipts from some messages that I've received. And it sounds like Ludovica Shaki pulled out 90 minutes before today's rubber, which is not really acceptable.
That's very good for whomever Taya Cross is to come in and deliver an 11-0 for her team. Well done. It's an interesting concept, isn't it, Ash? Like, we look over into the States over the moment where I'm going to just say 2 high-profile male players didn't play in a tournament. They pulled out last second. And just what it does to your team, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just more of the same with regards to the Reef. Ludovica and Molly have not played at all season, and I think the boys were keen to even just get one of those girls back for round 4 and then to pull out 90 minutes before the game. It's just a bit rude.
Trying to get out. Yeah, here we go. So I actually, what a surprise. Carl Stoker jumping around the court. I'm really excited for that Ruse Sharks matchup. We were just seeing the fellas warm up. Grabovic and Harola's taking on Cornish and Chio. That's actually going to be a pretty exciting one. I'm assuming something ridiculous just happened. Jimmy, if we can potentially get a replay on this court, I don't know if that's possible. But I'm assuming Stoker just got an Ernie of some sort, as there was plenty of laughing happening on the court. Current court, New South Wales court 1. Just the rally before this one. Playing big. Geez, that's a good backhand roll.
Yeah, so a tough day at the office for the Bandicoots. Just a tough draw for round 4. DK, do you think for NPL season 4, if Vuk is fit, he should be a captain for Victoria?
Apologies, mate. Just had to check the door. What was the question?
Sorry, mate. I've just seen your message. If Vuk is fit, do you think he should be a captain for NPL season 4?
Well, it depends on if we're going to get him for a whole season. I think that's really what it comes down to. ATP? No, called wide. Actually, that's probably a good train of thought here, Ash. Who deserves captaincy next year or next season? So, Helena won't be back. Tom won't be back. So that immediately opens 2 captaincy positions.
Well, I think there's a clear answer. You've got to give at least one captaincy to Henrik Traskin. I think he's been fantastic this season. I'm obviously joking. Yeah. I think, mate, whoever wants it and is going to do the job for the whole season, that's what I'd say.
You know, it's funny. I talk to players that have played in previous NPL seasons, and there's an overwhelming response. This is the Queensland players. Nice shot there from Colin Wong. overwhelming response from a lot of the Queensland players that Remy Marok was one of the best captains the NPL's seen. Now, she didn't necessarily get the results on court, but it's what she did off court. Like, actually was a captain. She was a leader, you know? And I think it's so crucial. Unfortunately, some of our teams haven't had captains turn up, etc. And it just makes it so hard for the players, you know?
Yeah, you still need to be able to play. You can't be, losing 80% of your matches because that's not good for morale anyway, like as well. So you've got to be able to perform on the court, but like you don't need to be an absolute superstar of the comp to be a good captain, but you still need to be competing and getting results. So if I don't know this Remy person, but if their results weren't great, but their leadership was good, that still isn't captaincy material for me.
I think so. Assuming Summer comes back, then you'll have because I don't believe she wants captaincy. So she'll just be a random glass cannon that someone can just pick up. Similar to over here in New South Wales, there's a couple of players that are definitely good picks. What about someone like Crystal? Like Mild Waters has had a pretty good run of it.
Yeah, well, she'll be captain, I think. That's a good call. She's captain material, that's for sure, and she's getting results, and hopefully we're about to see even bigger results from her. I think we're going to have a repeat of some captains, so we'll see maybe Matt Kuznetsov again. I think we're going to have to rinse and repeat some captains
from like last season.
Yep.
So Selena, I think Selena, with the Heat and their results, like she has to be a captain. Kyle Stoker and the Stingers, they've done very well. So I would assume that Kyle, if he wants the opportunity, would go for it again. Bandicoots have had a late resurgence in the season. So Adam Walters has been a non-stop captain throughout the NPL, as the Stingers currently enjoy a 10-6 scoreline. Dinkers are in there as well. Alex Strand has been a captain for quite a while. Ernie from Longwood. Oh, wow.
Transform this season just has been a little bit off, I think.
This is a great defensive effort here from Kyle Stoker. The Ernie was good. And look at that flick. Unreal poach. He's ended up a meter on the left. As the victory has gone the way of the Stingers, as the ladies will hop on. And over in Victoria, so let's have a look. So we will have the opportunity, as both Evans and Spirides won't be there. So you're suggesting someone like Vuk taking Evans' spot for that male captaincy role?
Yeah, if he's available, for sure.
Yep. If not, someone like Matty Kuznetsov.
Yep. I mean, do you give it to some of these up-and-comers in Pierre Enrolas or Josh Chia or James Cornish? I don't know. It's just, this is the thing. This is the problem that we have. We have the thoroughbreds, and then we have the Group 2, Group 3 horses.
And, I mean, some people don't like captaincy too. Like Summer Dalabona is a great example of that. She does not want captaincy. So they're just happy to play and ball out and let someone else drive the boat. And it'll be interesting enough to see how our next season kicks off, but we're going to get this one over and done with first. But if you are a player that is interested, as we have a nice approach here from Josh Chia, great defensive effort. If you are someone watching that would like to get involved with the National Pickleball League, hop over to the website. Keep up to date with all things regarding next season. I'm sure the application process is currently up and you can have a look. Good firefight. Called long.
Just having a look there, Josh Chia beat Josh Fisher 11-3. Zach Grab really needs to lead his team to victory here.
Yep. Look where he's standing. Jeez.
He looks
Deflated.
disinterested.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Like, I think Anarolas has played very well today. But, yeah, he didn't look overly concerned in that last rally. Jeez, what's going on with the Sharks, Ash?
Yeah, he looks like he couldn't care less, to be honest. Zach looks like he's checked out. So, and this is, again, we've touched on this. This is where a team like the Roos, who, you know, lack some real star power on the men's side, but they are a unified team across the board.
Yep.
They are super close.
Yep.
And there's no real weak links. They're all pretty solid.
Yeah, they're just a good team chemistry with these guys, and we've seen them grow as a unit. It's been really nice to see, actually. They're the good news story of the NPL this season, I think.
Oh, for sure. And they would have been the underdogs of the whole, definitely in Victoria. When the teams came out, people were saying the Roos are going to get thumped.
Yeah, which I heavily disagreed with.
I thought they were going to struggle, but they just want it.
You got to respect the effort. And over here on our other court, we currently have our ladies on for our gender doubles. That's the Tide and the Rangers currently at a 10-15 scoreline.
And just going back to the Roos, I think it really helps having James Cornish at number one, because, in theory, Chia is better than Cornish. But to have Chia just come in at number two and really should win every match except the one against Matt Kuznetsov, it's pretty comforting to know that you should either draw men's singles or win it.
Well, I mean, we talked about this a couple of rounds ago regarding sort of the All-Australian team and who's sort of that best number two place. And you've mentioned, like, Josh Chia, obviously taking the number two male is very handy.
So, yeah, the Rangers up 15-11. This does not augur well for the Tide. I'm doing it. I told you the Tide couldn't win it beforehand, so I'm putting a line through the Tide and the Sharks. That's it.
All of them. So you reckon the Adels will go through?
No, I'm
Just they can't win the season.
Yeah, in terms of who can win the whole season.
Yeah, okay. For me personally, like, the 29ers, Heat, and Brumbies. Sheesh. Like, absolutely tantalizing to consider those teams all going head to head.
Yeah, because, I mean, the 29ers you just can't count out because with Tom Evans at the helm, if he's on, that's a freight train and that's going to run through your town.
Yep.
And then in the same breath, you've got the Stingers with Stoker, who, when he's on, he probably beats Tom Evans. You've got the Heat, who are pretty consistent across the board, but with a superstar in Selena Taruya. And then we look at the Brumbies with Joey Wild and the Outback. It's just It's going to be. I can't wait for the finals, and
it's
it's not far
so-
away.
It's so exciting. And we have a terrific rally here on the left. These ladies going hammer and tong at the moment. Yeah, nice drive there from Calderwood. Interesting stat for you here, Ash, between the Brumbies and the Outback. So despite the Brumbies having a 6-0 win-loss and the Outback having a 5-1 win-loss, they have the exact same plus-minus
Wow.
of 154 points for. So you talk about like, what are the odds of that happening by this round? So they have both scored like the same points and against, for and against. It's just a crazy stat for our number fanatics out there watching the Green Zone. Another interesting one, Ash, is that the Roos have the highest plus minus in Victoria, better than the 29ers.
Yep. Well, the Roos have just gone 11-1 in gendered doubles, with Chia and Cornish beating Grabovich and then Rollis 11-1. Now
Surprising.
that
Jeez.
is worrying signs for the Sharks, and that's their best team. That's not a fill-in team. That's the best they have in Zach Grab and Enrollis, and they just got pantsed.
I wonder what's going on with Zach, hey? He did not look in a positive mindset during that.
Do you think an injury?
Well, I don't know. Just in general, like Pierre looked like he was playing quite well, and then, yeah.
Well, if you're going to be a captain, you've got to keep the positive physiology for your team, and Zach's not doing that. So I'm not sure if there's something bothering him, whether it is an injury or whether he just can't be bothered. But let's hope he's all good. If he is all good, then it's not great captaincy. Here's a question for you, DK. Who's the best captain? In the AFL, we talk about the All-Australian captain. Who's the best captain in the NPL? And I almost want to say you can't say Tom Evans. I think I might have lost DK. The question was
I'm here. I know. I'm thinking.
I was going to say. I thought the question might have broken your Wi-Fi.
No. I mean, I'm going to say Joey, but only because the Brumbies have had a near flawless season.
I'm going to say Joey as well, because he never really drops his bundle and he gets around his teammates.
Yeah. But if you were to do it for each state, so I'd probably say, yeah, Joey for Queensland, New South Wales. Well, I mean, have you ever seen Selena like cranky?
No, I haven't. But I've never really seen her super animated either. So I think you need to have the energy and share your energy to your teammates.
I actually think Tyra would be a pretty solid captain.
I think so too. I think she'd be a really, really great captain.
Jeez, these ladies are having an absolute doozy at the moment on the left screen. Had some phenomenal rallies thus far. Lob.
So good. Got it.
Sheesh, what a rally. And for Victoria,
Tom Evans, Kat Valos, Dan Kuz, Helena, Zach Grab. Oh, I think we're forgetting Henrik Traskin.
Kat's a good shout. I think what she's done with this season.
Yeah, I think she's well, again, she wants to be a good captain and wants her team to do well, and she's engaged the whole day.
Going to match point here on our right screen with a 21 scoreline for the Stingers.
Yeah, I actually think the top 3 in Victoria is set. I think it's 29ers, Roos, Adders. I think it might be a bridge too far for the Tide and the Sharks.
New South Wales is interesting. Heat and Stingers are definitely through. But you got the Bandies and the Dinkers going head to head at the moment to try and take that 3rd spot.
The Roos are
Queensland.
home.
Oh,
the
sheesh.
Roos are definitely playing finals. That's a lock.
Yep. Yeah, I think Roos and 29ers as well. For me, it's more about the 3rd position at this point in time. So Heat, Stingers, 29ers, Roos, Brumbies Outback are all locked in.
So next week, the Adders are playing the Rangers. So that's a win.
Ooh,
And they're
yep.
playing the Roos. So
Oof.
they'll get one of them. And the Tide have got the Roos. And the Sharks. So you'd expect them to get one of them as well. I'm leaning towards the Adders just because their percentage is a fair bit better. It's not massively better, but it's a 23-point differential.
Yep. It is interesting, right? We get to the pointy end of the stick. We start considering how everyone will go. I've got a negative question for you. Who's been your most, like on paper, most disappointing team of the season?
I like the question, DK. You don't usually swim out into these murky waters.
No, you're influencing me, mate. No.
Oh, let's stay a while. It's a good question. Who's been the most disappointing? I don't want to, single anyone out.
Or not? No, don't do individual. Like, just do as a team.
I was just about to launch, DK.
No,
Just about to launch, my friend. Well, I'm going to say the Sharks. We saw the pump up video from Zach Grab saying, he's the best in the country. That was, was that publicity or what was it real? Because they're way off it.
Sorry, Jimmy, can we get full screen on this game on the left, by the way, while we have this conversation? This game is mental. Continue, Ash. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the Sharks have been the most disappointing. You could also say the Tide have been disappointing, but I think the Tide season is not over. I think the Sharks season is over. And you could say the Rangers have been disappointing because their team wasn't too bad on paper. But again, they just haven't been able to get them on the park. A team that we don't speak of much because we're too busy. Well, I'm too busy, sinking the boots into the reef. The Adam Dagmar's Setters, they haven't set the world on fire either. They've only got one win for the season. And I know today they are actually playing the Reef, so I'm eager to see how that goes. But how about you, DK? Who's been your most disappointing team?
Whoa, look at that scoreline. Sorry, as we just cut over to the Sharks v Roos. My goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me personally, I kind of agree with where you're going regarding Zach Grab. So it's, you've got players that they're either they're your marquee players, right? Like they're your hot shots who have either joined the NPL or have been a stalwart of the NPL for a while now. And she's one of my favourite players, and I don't want to call her team out, but for me, it's the Opals. And the reason being, you look at all of the other superstar teams, players. So like, and don't get me wrong, Sharks are also in this conversation. But Tom Evans' team doing great. Helena's team's so-so. Like, you could almost put the Tide and the Opals in the same category, I suppose. Heat and Stingers, so you got, Taruya, Hyatt, Stoker, they're all doing great. And then Harry Brown, the Outback are doing great. Dennehy and Delabonna have had a good season. But Danny Townsend, she's like number one. She's in the top 3 for women in Australia. And unfortunately, the Opals just haven't delivered.
Well, listen, mate, I think Danny Townsend being Danny Townsend, she is listening when you don't know she's listening. And right now, the Opals are leading the Brumbies. Okay? They won the ladies' singles. Townsend beat Lindsay Baker, her arch nemesis, 11-6. Deb Rossi beat Leona Hun. Win. 11-2. And it's 10-9 now in the gender doubles with Wild and Winan taking on the Fog and Ben Costin. So, look, it would be huge if the Opals could cause an upset.
I would love to see the Opals come through and take that 3rd spot against the Boroughs. And this is, in theory, this is their week to strike because the Boroughs don't have Summer Delabonna.
Well, I tell you, if the Opals are going to, win this, they need to win the gender doubles because their men's singles is weak. And I still think the Brumbies get it done. But going back to what you were saying, you're right. The Opals have been disappointing because you look at that team in, Deb Rossi, Danny Townsend, Vogel Coolidge. That sounds like a winning team.
Yep. Yeah, like Rossi was captain of the Parrots, got MVP for Queensland last season. Townsend already one of the best, and the Fog has been very consistent in the last 2 years. So we've got a close call on at the moment here with the Tide and the Rangers viewers. But I imagine, let's say in a theoretical, if the Opals don't go through to finals, and let's say they finish on that, like, they won't finish 5th or 6th. That's to the Setters and the Reef. The next season draft is going to be very interesting because we're going to have players like, geez, what a drive from Elena. We're going to see players like Danny get like a top 3 pick. And it suddenly opens everything up. Do you think, I'm going to chuck a theoretical out to you, Ash, I don't know if Molly's going to come back as captain for the Reef after this season.
Yeah.
So they're going to need a female. I think Crystal Mildwaters will take that spot. Which means in the current standings, Reef will be, unless there might be someone that we're not even thinking about that might get that role. But let's say theoretically Crystal gets it, which means she'll get the number 1 pick, most likely, which most likely would be Summer Delabonna again. But that didn't work really this season for the Boroughs.
So what you're saying, whoever finishes bottom gets the number 1 pick?
You would assume so. Is that not how the draft would work? Surely.
No, the draft is like a
Random.
Draw a number, pick a number.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Because I guess that prevents tanking, right?
Well, also, every team's different from season to season, so it doesn't really benefit It's a
True.
different team.
True. Yeah, that is a good point. And it would be penalising someone like for a captain to be jumping into a team that gets like nowhere near the points. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it would be different if these were, you know, entities. But, and look, not to state the bleeding obvious, you don't think Molly will be back as captain?
I've just asked the question. Like, I don't know if she will or not.
Oh, mate. Well, as someone who hasn't played a game of NPL, I don't think she'll even play. Forget about being a captain. Look. Anyway, I don't know the reasons why, but it's disappointing when a captain doesn't play at all.
Yep. Geez, Brookie Marcy's going headhunting at the moment. Very close game here. This is a terrific effort from the Rangers. The Tide have got a very strong women's doubles team.
Do you think?
Well, in comparison to the Rangers.
Yeah, but I think the Tides. This is probably where they're weak, and this is why I don't think they can win it. You know, they're coming up against a ad hoc doubles team here in the Rangers, and it's super close.
I actually think a combination of Marcy and Fisher would be scary to go against, just because these ladies could thump the ball. You know, it's coming back hard.
Yeah.
As the Tide moves to a game point. Oh, Marcy too long, and the victory goes to the Tide. Awfully close one here on our Greenzone Court 3 in the jar. Let's have a look over at Queensland, actually. We were talking about them and give an update for everyone. Setters on the Reef, currently 18-18 in the gendered doubles. Opals and Brumbies, 12-13 in the gender doubles. Sheesh, close games everywhere. Oh, and gender doubles for the Boroughs and Outback, 19-20. Oh. Jeez, it's a shame we can't watch Queensland this week. They've had some doozies of matches over there. '29ers and the Adders. Currently, 29ers are up, 19-14 against the Adders. Stingers have got a
Which
pretty...
court do we want to jump to?
Take a pick, mate.
Maybe court 2. The gender doubles there. The Adders...
29ers. It's 15-19 over there at the moment. That is probably a good game to bounce over.
I can just see half the court there with Gabby May and Izzy Papazian.
Yep. There we go. Cole Stoker currently enjoying a healthy lead against Colin Wong, 8-3 for the Bandicoots v Stingers. Dinkers and Comets. Alex Tran has a 5-2 lead on Bruno Marlman. And Kyron Lavers up 7-5. Look at very animated Tom Evans there on screen against Harrison Cancel.
And look, I said you can't say Tom Evans as the best captain, but he just showed you why he's the best.
Yeah. I was, when I did the broadcast last finals, Ash, as we have a nice rally breaking out, I did like a commentary booth cam. And I had one where the viewers could see what our perspective was like from the commentator's desk when Jeanette and I were calling that. And we had a camera on the bench of the Jalapenos. And you're right. Like Tom Evans on the sideline, like it's non-stop. He is constantly talking to his teammates. Him and him and Kuznetsov at the moment. They're in sync. They nearly did the exact same arm movement just then.
Well, I remember I was playing on that day as a team member for the Jalapenos, and Tom gave us a bit of a pre-game huddle before the match. All matches started, and he had a couple of minutes of just some words to get everyone in the zone. The guy is switched on. He actually quoted Leighton Hewitt. I forgot what the quote was, though. but he quoted Leighton Hewitt in the pre-match fire-up.
That's pretty cool. So he's kind of like your inspirational leader type before the battle.
Well, yeah, it's like in AFL, how the captain will address his troops before the match. It was that.
We can see here, viewers, like Ange Green, one of the more experienced players in the Australian pickleball scene here, in lengthy conversation with Evans. An incredibly relaxed Matt Kuznetsov on the bench.
I'm starting to think the 29ers are going to be there right at the end for season 3, just with Tom kind of leading the way. I don't think they've got the full team, like in terms of across the board to really shake it, but you can never can out Tom and his team.
Well, let's just go through clear matchups. So if we just purely go off ladder positions as we currently stand, let's look at the Brumbies, right? So they have their team lineup is Joey Wild as captain, Leona Quinn, Lindsay Baker, Caden Hansel. Tom Evans and Matt Kuznetsov taking Joey Wild and Caden Hansel in a men's doubles match. That is good pickleball. I would thoroughly enjoy watching that. And I would thoroughly enjoy watching all of their men's singles lineups.
Well, yeah. They've got the best men's team in the whole country in Tom and Matt Kuz. There's no question about that. Yeah. They're doing much better than I thought they would.
As a pairing.
As a team, like, holistically, the 29ers, I just, for example, Ange is a great, great player, but her singles is not as strong as others. So she's going to struggle to win her singles every round, every match. So to give that up every match is a free hit. But then in the same breath, you get that on the roundabout with Tom Evans guaranteed to win his singles. So there's lots of ways you can cut it, and that's what makes it really interesting.
Well,
you could also, sorry,
you go.
yeah.
You continue. You go.
Well, I was going to say, then you could say, but Ange is just so invaluable in the doubles as a wise head in the mixed and the gendered, just to balance the youth and exuberance of memory.
And we can see here, and just taking the left. Oh, great shot. Gabby May firing. I have an interesting, I just thought about it. Like, so Summer Delabona, Sarah Dennehy, probably the strongest women's duo in the NPL at the moment. But they're not having the results. Whereas Tom Evans, Matt Kay, you've just suggested they're the strongest male duo in the NPL. They're top of the ladder. Typically in Australian pickleball, the team with the strong women duo have a lot more success.
Well, their men's, area for the Burrows just isn't as strong, is it?
Yeah, well, Contrado hasn't been here for a fair percentage of the season. Oh, memory lane. Oh, geez, she can hit the ball hard. Oh, no, into the net. And the Adders take a game point here against the 29ers.
Mate, we've got a tussle here.
Terrific effort from May and Papajan. Ever reliable. Ange Green gets it done.
Look at Tom. I love it.
Jeez, what a reset. Smart. Straight down the middle. And the thing is, for our viewers at home that probably, they might not necessarily know a lot of the pros. They just watch as a fan. They probably don't realize that Tom's like very quiet off the court. Papajan with an absolute blinder at the feet of Green.
Yeah, he's not a full extrovert, is he? But
No.
he's also not a full introvert.
I'd say he's quite extroverted on the
Oh,
court.
yeah.
Defensive effort. This is to take the game. Never mind, Lelanoa down to the feet. Beautifully played. You can see Tom Evans saying, one more. We just need one more. There's ladies for the Adders to bring it in once more. This game is really ramped up. Long.
So if we get into a dink battle here, DK, I'll tell you the pattern. Gabby will go for a speed up on the second or third dink.
Oh, memory's gone for it.
We won't get a chance. Maybe one more.
Yeah, she's blasted away there.
So this is, if I was Tom, maybe Tom already knows this, I would say get to the net, get into a dink battle, and then get ready for a speed up from Gabby on the second or third ball.
Shoulder check.
There you go.
Just experience here. Ange Green.
So, yeah.
Especially in these pressure
It's Tom
situations.
Evans too.
Yeah. He's non-stop vocal. And again. Tied game. Well done to the 29ers. They have fought back.
I don't think the Adders can win it from here. I just think they'll be in their heads now. They had a pretty big lead a few minutes ago.
Oh, Eleanor. Pressure situation. Unable to get it back over.
Got to make that.
Easy poppers down to big and end, and we got a bit of confusion on where the ladies should be standing. The Adders have to score another to tie this thing up. Bajan does.
Izzy showing her class here, playing backhand side. Crafty drive to bring up match point. What I tell you, second ball, speed up.
Yep. Yeah, it was definitely there.
I think you can't do a speed up all the time.
Oh, great drop. And there's the lead. Oh, it's gone long. And the Adders have taken it. Tom Evans on the ground. Oh, wow. Well done to the Adders ladies. They dug deep.
Yeah. Look, Tom's so great. He went down on the ground there, mucking around a bit, but he had the cognizance to get up immediately because he wouldn't want his teammates to see him on the ground. So he got up and he was up to give him a hug.
Results around the scores. Ash, I think we've got a cranky Grabovic on the courts. 11-0 against James Cornish.
He won
Pierre
it?
Androlis, yeah, he got up. And Josh Chia currently battling 5-4.
Okay.
Because the Roos are currently enjoying a pretty healthy lead. Titan Rangers, Vuk Velicevic, Sahil Dang. Oh, that'd be a good game. 7-5. Actually, Jim, are we able to bounce over to that court at the moment? That would be
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Titan Rangers. So they would be not court 1. So what's that? Court 2, I imagine.
That was a huge win for the Adders. Huge.
You can see the gentleman playing on the left, and I agree. Ash, big effort. For the Adders ladies, did well.
Sahil Dang's just got really good angle with his drop shots, or with his groundies, sorry. So it'll test Vuk, but Vuk is he'll be up to the challenge.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to bounce across to that court in a tick. But I'll give other results around our courts at the moment. And we've jumped over to New South Wales, completely different state.
Yeah, court 3, Victoria.
There's Bandicoots and Stingers. Currently, Ryan Morris is up against Adam Walters. Adam has not had a good day today. This will be a good match, actually, with Evans taking on Dan Kay. Dinkers and Comets. Ben Beard and Ryan Bellamy currently going head-to-head. Harrison Cancel ended up getting the victory over Kyron Lavers, 11-8. Terrific result for those guys. And it looks like, unfortunately, it looks like there's a timeout regarding Dang and Velicevic, but looks like we'll be staying on this court at the moment here with the 29ers and the Adders.
No, I think we're going to the
Vuk Sahil game.
I think on court 3. They're on a timeout. It's over, is it?
Well, according to Ladar, it's not. I think they're in a timeout. Yeah, you can see Sahil coming back on.
So if we can go
Jim,
to
we can
court
bounce
3.
across. That'd be good. And we'll come back after that match to watch the Evans v Kuznetsov lineup. That'll be a solid singles match too.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. So we got Vuk Velicevic, one of the supreme singles players of Australian pickleball, taking on young superstar Sahil Dang. Oh, my goodness.
That is just... He gets into position so early and just uncoils his hips.
Yeah. Outrageous. Got to give credit to Dang here. What about that, hey? Like, what a story. He's the substitute, comes in as captain, taking on one of the best.
Well, you know what it's done, DK? It's hamstrung his Div 2 team. So he was playing for the Roos in Div 2.
Okay.
With Tam Laveau and we've actually had a couple of replacements on the ladies' side, and that they were a really, really strong side. But now that Sahil is out, I'd say, yeah, the Roos not so strong anymore in Div 2.
So he can't play both?
I think he can, but a lot of people, if they're playing Div 1, don't usually play in the morning just to save their energy.
Yeah, fair call.
I mean, Amy Munro played both today. But
Should be that good.
Sahil knew where his bread was buttered and wanted to perform in Div 1.
Yeah, he's definitely my one of my favourite players to watch this season. He's had a terrific year. Just another example of the academy doing what it does best, Ash. Producing top quality pickleball players around the country. Vuk here is on a game point. Can potentially put this one away.
He mixes up his forehand approaches really well. Flat ball, top spin, slice. And then he's got that really heavy backhand drive.
Yeah, but he's not able to put it away at the moment. There's been a couple of errors that he's made. Vuk. Jeez. Who hits the ball harder, him or Zach?
Not sure. I've
Either
only
way.
seen Vuk play in the flesh once.
Oh, those two good.
Look, I reckon
Gee.
pound for pound, probably the same.
That double-handed backhand was outrageous, and Vilicevic will take the victory. We'll bounce back over to our 29ers Adders match, where we'll have Tom Evans taking on Kuznetsov at a 3-3 scoreline. There we go,
Beautiful
transition.
cross.
Perfect, as that is a terrific shot from the oldest of the Kuznetsov brothers. That play pickleball anyway. There might be another Kuznetsov that we're not aware of. Nice.
Beautiful volley. This would be a real feather in his hat, is it? Feather in his pocket. If you could
Feather in its cap.
topple Tommy.
Oh, these two have had many battles over the years. It's been great to see.
Oh, the
Oh,
no
wow.
look.
Fakey from Evans is successful.
It's effective, the fakie, if you can do it. Of course, daylight savings is over here in Victoria. So under lights now at the jar. It changes things a little bit.
Yep.
There's a light that's out, the end that Dan Kuznetsov is down.
Okay. I didn't notice it. Oh, the one on the left, slightly. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yep.
You know, as someone that travels, like you obviously play at the jar a lot, but as someone that travels to Melbourne to commentate events, I have a soft spot for the jar. Like I've just had so many awesome events there in the past where we see ridiculous rallies like this one, Tom Evans somehow getting that back. It just makes me happy watching the jar. Like we've seen so many Hall of Fame matches over the years here. It's Kuznetsov.
Well,
Once
yeah,
again,
it's the home of pickle, DK.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for a jar to open in Queensland. A blended flick. Called out. That looked like he was calling out in cricket there, Dan Kuznetsov.
Yeah. Bit of
How's that?
Billy, what's his name? The New Zealand umpire.
Oh, yeah, the crooked finger.
Yeah.
Oof,
Is he-
called wide.
Because you know that's why the jar is called the jar, because the jar is the home of pickle.
I remember I called an event there. I think it was season 1 finals. And I referred to it as the fridge because it was freezing in the middle of winter in the jar. It was so cold.
Yeah, mate. It was freezing there this morning. That's for sure. At 8 a.m.
Well, no doubt when I go down in to catch up with you guys down in Victoria in a couple of weeks, Be nice and cool. I might have to pinch one of those squealing pigs from the NPL bar to keep me warm. I wonder if the Sports Vot guys are coming to Victoria, our broadcast team. There you go, Jimmit. You might be able to come to Australia, mate. We'll try and get you involved in the broadcast a little bit more. What do you reckon, Ash? We'll give him a microphone. He can be our sideline reporter.
Oh, sure.
Oh, just wide. Kuznetsov with a slight lead here. This is huge. If they can take the men's singles portion, my goodness.
Surely not.
Uh,
Surely Tim Kuznetsov can't beat Matt Kuznetsov. I mean, that's arguably a bigger upset than Dan Kuz over Tom Evans.
imagine the banter at dinner.
Mate, we've got 8-5 now. This is big.
Oh, too much.
Yeah. He put in a really nice deep serve. Got the point going his way, but Tommy too good.
Big serve.
It's huge.
He absolutely destroys that on the service. Oof, nice drive. And Tom has confirmed it's in. I say Dan's confirmed it's in. Nice play there from Kuznetsov's always been a fair player, actually.
Yeah.
Kuznetsov, he always
Yeah, he
on
is.
the right side of the rule book. Oh my goodness, Tom Evans. No way.
He's got to slow it down here. Timeout. Yep. See, you see that Tom just puts a run of points on you so quickly. He takes very little time between points, and he goes from 5-8 to 8 all in, what, 45 seconds?
Nothing, yeah. Can we get an instant replay of that, Jimmit? That drive was crazy. Just the last point that was just played. Phenomenal drive down the line and just kissing the wide as well. Ethan Butson currently beating Josh Fisher 6-2 in the Tide v
Yeah, mate.
Rangers.
I don't want to address the elephant in the room, but we were talking about Josh Chia. He said to me today he is ready for a big result. Unfortunately, he's gone down to Pierre Enrolis 11-9. So the Sharks take a point in the men's singles.
Sharks could potentially force a deal breaker here. Drive called long.
He was 8-5 up. I could almost guarantee that the last time they played, Chia would have beaten Enrolis.
Pierre's played well this
been
season. He's
solid.
been very solid, yeah. Let's have a look around the remainder of the country. Shannon Spencer beat Mickey Massoy. So the Bandicoots have tied it up with the Stingers. So the ladies' doubles have gone 1-1 either way, but the Stingers are currently up 1-0. Ash, the Bandicoots in the mixed doubles, if they win, they'll force a deal breaker.
Huge. Oh, Tommy Evans.
Oh, my goodness.
This
Absolute
huge
laser.
down the line drives are just carving up Kuznetsov.
You know what potential we have for another deal breaker? The Heat are versing the Aggies. Because we have an outrageous rally. And is that in? No way is that in. Oh, my God. That's another
down.
timestamp right there.
Down 8-5, and he just goes, into fifth or sixth gear.
So if the Aggies win the mixed doubles portion against the Heat, who are currently top of the ladder. They have yet to lose a match. The Aggies, who are the bottom of the ladder, as we have a match served up here from Tom Evans, will force a deal breaker. That would be unreal if the Aggies can pull that off.
And just taking a look at the Roos v Sharks, I mentioned that Enrollus beat Chia 11-9. Last time they played, Chia beat Enrollus 11-1. So, yeah, I think going through a bit of a form slump, Chia, but he'll be back.
Yeah, I sure hope so. As we got our other fellas hopping on.
Yeah, I think he's just he's not happy with his paddle. He's got some paddle issues. And once you get that sorted, then, you know, you're off to the races.
Now, I'm going to request that we go to... Or do you want to see the brothers battle it out?
No. Where do you want to go?
I was going to request to Jimmer that we go over to Bandicoots v Stingers, because it's got currently an 8-6 scoreline on the mixed doubles, and if the Bandicoots win, then we go to a deal breaker. And we've seen a fair bit of singles. We've watched a fair bit of singles in the past, a little bit. Mix it up for our viewers at home.
Yeah.
Hope you're all enjoying the green zone at the moment for everyone at home. And here's our Aggies and Heat. Come on, Aggies, get it done. If the Aggies win this match, they will also force a deal breaker. Jeez, that's a big scoreline for the Roos.
This is where the two replacements for the Sharks starts to hurt them a little bit, just for that team consistency and you know, camaraderie and playing with each other numerous times. When you're playing with someone for the first time, it takes a while to gel.
Yeah, not wrong at all. And here we are in New South Wales, viewers. Bandicoots need to win this to force a deal breaker. Remember, we can't show any of the Queensland events today due to rain and a relocation of venue. For the Bandicoots, we have the combination of Oxnard and Walters, who have just lost to the Stingers, Masoi and Morris. I don't think it's been a good day for Adam Walters, Ash.
I think he might have gone out last night.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I might flick him a message because he's definitely not played at the clip that we typically expect of him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I go to his Instagram story
No.
that he went out last night. Hang on.
Ash is doing the old bringing up the private life here for our viewers at home.
No, there's nothing there.
Smart from Adam. Colin Wong looks a bit lost. Checking on the roofs there. Yeah, mate. Can confirm it's all good. So this will be an interesting one. Obviously, Mickey Hyatt, Kyle Stoker, one of the strongest mixed doubles duo for our NPL season, up against the superstar, or the young superstar in Shannon Spencer, playing with the lefty Colin Wong. Now, Stoker ended up beating Wong in the singles format. And we mentioned earlier, Ash, that Mickey looked a little bit off with her games until she fired. So we'll see for the Bandicoots. They have to get a result against one of the toughest teams in the league. Let's get started. And we're just going to start the match with an ATP. That's cool. Oh, no, Kyle. Baby walk into the kitchen. How many games have we watched, Ash, where Kyle Stoker starts the match with an ATP? That's got to be at least the third.
Yeah, he's a unique player.
Now remember, viewers, if you are still figuring out the scoring format for the NPL, we follow the same scoreline as the last mixed doubles team. Lovely shot there from Hyatt. Hyatt playing on the left, Ash. No, we got a switch
Yeah.
here. Okay. They did in the last rally, mixing things up. Hyatt obviously good enough to play on the left.
They would get this done, the Stingers. The good teams don't drop matches from here.
She's on the left again. So they've obviously got a bit of a strategy here. It looks like when whoever serves the ball just stays in that side of the court. Receives the ball. So they've switched again on the stack. 8-11 scoreline.
Big drive.
Looks like a nice sunset over there in New South Wales at the moment. In a great spot, isn't it? The Oxford Falls Grammar. Great service from Kyle Stoker. Is that in?
Got the line, I think.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of topspin too on his ball.
Yeah.
It looks, pretty innocuous, but he's got so much tungsten tape on his paddle.
Yeah. Jeez, Hyatt. Didn't he tape his paddle up again in the Brisbane Champs? He quickly taped it up before, like mid-game or something like that. He changed it up.
I wouldn't be surprised. But he's got more tape on there than I've ever seen.
Colin Wong, got to have your paddle up, mate, especially when you're versing Hyatt.
But it's all exposed. And I said to him, you shouldn't have, lead tape exposed. And that's when he said, it's tungsten tape.
It's just strong enough to do the job, I'm assuming. It looks like our dream of seeing a Aggies v Heat deal breaker is not going to come to fruition, Ash, as the Heat have a 17-2 scoreline. Oh, no, Aggies. I had faith. Meanwhile, the Comets may potentially force a deal breaker, and Mickey Hyatt flogs that out of bounds.
Who against?
The Dinkers and Comets. Currently, if the Comets win their match in the mixed doubles, they will also force a deal breaker. For our Kuznetsov battle that we were watching earlier today, the Matt and Tim currently at a 5-3 scoreline to Matt. For our mixed doubles, the Roos are up 11-1 on the Sharks. I think the Sharks have checked out, Ash.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
Disappointing.
No good. Let's have a look over in Queensland. We've got the Boroughs taking on the Outback. That's a great game. And the Boroughs, Outback have currently got a 2-0 lead on the Boroughs. Opals and Brumbies. Oof, the Opals have come out swinging. They've taken down the gender doubles and the women's singles. So that's good for the Opals, as you referred to it earlier, Ash. For the men's singles, Joey Wild took down the Fog 11-7. Jake Winans currently up on Ben Costin. For our Setters v Reef matchup, the Reef are up 11-0. They had a very close gender doubles match, 22-20.
I just noticed James Frawley is not playing today. So I'm pretty sure he was a member of the Comets, I think.
I can confirm. Yes, he was. He was the number one male pick for the Comets.
Yeah, so I haven't got a note here talking about a replacement for the Comets. Must have been a very late out, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, I just, these teams who think they're going to play finals and they can't put their team on the park, they're no chance.
Yeah, we've had a couple of teams pull away here, viewers, as Matt Kuznetsov now has a 5-point lead on his brother Tim. Obviously here with the Stingers starting to blow the Bandicoots out, and
Oof.
Roos are doing the exact same to the Sharks. Ernie defense goes wide, unfortunately, into the net there for Wong.
Yeah. In New South Wales, it's the Heat and the Stingers and, the length of the straight, to be honest.
Yeah, well, this matchup with Dinkers and Comets is really important for the Dinkers because they can potentially hop over the Bandicoots if the Bandicoots lose this. And they continue to build once more. Hyatt to bring it in. Do you think Kyle Stoker's had, considering he's like still relatively new in pickleball, right? Like when he started less than a year ago?
Yeah.
Do you think he's had one of the best first years in pickleball?
For sure. Considering how much he plays. He hadn't played for about 3 or 4 weeks before NPL Brisbane.
Yeah, it's pretty mental. Recovery goes wide.
So surely we've got to jump back to Victoria after this.
Oh, who do you want to watch?
Oh, anyone. This is not doing it for me.
Fair enough. Yeah, unfortunately, deal breaker not going to happen with our New South Wales players. Unless the Dinkers and Comets get it done.
Good hands from Wong.
Unfortunately, Ash, the matches over in Victoria aren't much better. Sharks and Roos, 13-7. 29ers and Adders. Kuznetsov's up 9-4. And where's the other matchup for the Victorian teams?
Yeah, the Roos are going to be right there at the end. They're just doing a number on the Sharks.
Has the Tide match finished? The Tide match isn't on ladder, so it must be finished. Yeah, okay. I'll try and get some results, viewers, for our Tide fans out there. Yep, the Tide have beat the Rangers 3-0. So unfortunately, for your request of a bit of a closer matchup, Ash.
So bonus point? Or they didn't finish the...
No, they didn't get all 4. So there was a tie, and that was when Sahil Dang tied things up. So there we go. The victory has been secured. The Stingers have locked this one up. I've put in the request that we bounce across to Dinkers and Comets. If the Comets win that match, they will force a deal breaker, and it's actually quite close at the moment, 5-8. Either that, or we can bounce over to the Roos v Sharks. Ash, you take the pick out of those.
Well, it's not much better. It's 14-8. But yeah, maybe Roos Sharks, because I think Zach Grab, his season is on the line right now as a captain of the Sharks. This is it.
Oh, there we go. We can maybe we can have some split screen action. I'll put in the request to Jim it. So keep in mind, viewers, this is a deal breaker potential here from Dinkers v Comets. Should the Comets win this, we will go through, see our first deal breaker of the day.
Really?
Yep. And then for the Sharks v Roos, that we'll get up on our split screen action at the moment. If the Sharks win the mixed doubles, then we will see a deal breaker between the Sharks and the Roos.
Yep, huge.
So we're going to have split screen potential deal breakers on both courts from New South Wales and Victoria. The NPL AHM Greenzone showing you quality pickleball all around the country. So we have a 1 point
I think,
scoreline here on New South Wales.
I think Zach Grab has made a change with he's playing with Amy Munro.
Okay.
Now. So Selena Yang and Pierre Unrollis went down to Kat Westbury and James Cornish 11-1. So not a great handover, but Amy Munro and Zach Grab are fighting back, and it's now currently 14-12 to the Roos. We're going to get the Roos and the Sharks on. We've currently got every match except that in Victoria on the screen.
That's all right. Jimmett's on it, so we'll get some action for you soon, viewers.
We love you, Jimmett. Doing a great job, buddy.
Yeah, keeping up with our demands here in the commentary booth. I just love the bit I talk about this all the time to people around the Australian broadcasting space. The fact that we can jump across to courts anywhere in the country, pretty revolutionary. We are lucky. I've had quite a few international viewers message me about it, Ash. They wonder how on earth we do it. It's all credit to the SportsVot team.
That's it. We do it with the help of Jimmett and the gang.
Oh,
but we do want to try and get to Court 1 in Victoria at some point.
Yep. Yeah,
because I can tell you now,
14, woof.
It's 15-14. Yeah, it's getting really juicy. Here we go.
Yeah, so Sharks must win this to force the deal breaker.
And remember what I said early in the broadcast, DK. What did I say about Amy Munro? I said she's the best female doubles player in Victoria.
You got and done it.
Yeah. Sorry, Amy. She'll be right. Zach's engaged here. It's good to see.
Amy's fiery too in the couple of games that I've covered.
Mate.
Yeah. She'd probably match Zach's energy, actually.
Yeah, they're a good they'd be a huge team to play. I still like the Sharks from here.
Jeez, what a great serve.
Well, I know. Super effective. Swinger down the tee.
We've got a rotation aside here, Ash. I can't see any of the other Sharks team members.
Yeah, so they just played. They just lost 11-1, so they're probably licking their wounds. But that's Pierre Unrollis and Selena Yang. Selena, I'm pretty sure, is down the other end. They're not super vocal teammates, Pierre or Selena.
Yep.
I reckon they get it done here, Zach and Amy. Down the good end.
Oh, dear.
Deary me's.
That's Zach trying to take 80% of the court. Munro.
Yeah, it's hard. And playing with...
It's really tricky.
Yeah, playing with Amy for the first time too. Just working out rhythms.
Oh, Cat Valos. Breaking ankles.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, Amy's been there since 8 a.m. this morning. So what are we now, 5:30?
Josh Chio going under the net.
Yeah, it looked impressive, but not quite right. Amy will sleep well tonight.
Out.
Okay. This is their chance.
That's a great reset from Zach.
Awesome.
Considering how fast he was sprinting in, to be able to slow it down, my goodness.
Yeah, and he just stayed there because the angle wasn't great for Valos. This is big. This is huge. Like I said, the Sharks' season is on the line in this match. They lose it, it's over.
HB, defense is there. And an Ernie. Zach
Yes.
Graff.
Mate, how solid was Amy Munro then? Love it.
Yeah, and this is our other potential deal breaker matchup here between the Comets and the Dinkers. Jimmy, we will stay on the Sharks match at the moment, and we'll bounce back to the New South Wales match afterwards so we can keep our viewers up to date with what's going on. Awfully close matches around the country right now.
Yeah, we must get back to Court 1, Victoria. Stand by, viewers. Going back to Victoria momentarily. Here we go.
All right, got our split screen. So that way we can at least keep up to date with our double deal breaker threat. Keep in mind, viewers, if the Sharks get up, they will go through to a deal breaker. If the Comets get up on the right side, they will also go through to a deal breaker. Got Zach Grubb here on the left. And he's starting to really play big, Ash.
Oh, he is. 17-18, second serve. Zach Grubb is interested in this match.
Yep. Big drive from Valos.
I'd love to see a deal breaker, particularly in Victoria, just because I think it'd be a tasty proposition.
Yeah, we haven't had one yet. It's crazy. There's probably been a ton in Queensland. We somehow have avoided them over here in New South Wales and Victoria. 18-18 scoreline here for the Sharks v Roos, and a 3-point difference on our courts in New South Wales. HQP on full display, and there's the big Shark with a big smash. Oh, Tyra Calderwood, if you don't mind, on the right side. Beautiful drive.
This is big. And we talk about leadership and captaincy, DK, and Zach's showing it here. This is big stuff.
Well, I wonder if you heard our criticism on the commentary, Ash. He didn't look interested earlier in this matchup, and now suddenly there's definitely a chance. Bang.
I'm thinking that, Amy Munro would be a pleasure to play with. She She kind of doesn't miss.
Well, this is a deal breaker point here for the Sharks. Zach taking up the whole court. And the smash is good. We're going to a deal breaker. Sharks
Dang.
v Roos. Oh, boy.
How good. How good. Great to see. And the Sharks are not done yet, DK.
That season still alive. Outrageous rally. And you mentioned a rotation of players for the Sharks that clearly worked in favour for them.
Well, they had to take a hit. They were down 11-1. So the combination of Yang and Rollis wasn't great, but the combination of Grabovich and Munro was awesome.
Oh, Ash, we have another potential deal breaker over in Victoria. 29ers Adders. Because the Adders won the gender doubles overall in a 22-24, by the way. How did we miss that? Because of that, if the 29ers win their mixed doubles, currently 6-4, they will go into a deal breaker as well. Man, it is all kicking off this afternoon. Dinkers and comments currently 2-point difference, 12-14. Jimmet, when the deal breaker begins for our Sharks v Roos match, we will go full screen on that deal breaker. And should the Dinkers and comments go into a deal breaker afterwards, we'll bounce over to there as well. Full screen. Alex Tran. What is that defense? Well, let's get underway. Yep. Court one, please. Full screen.
Well, no, I think if the 29ers win...
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah,
no, you're right. You are right. They took the first game. Yep.
So, yeah, we can't have a deal breaker on court two between the Adders and the 29ers, but we've obviously got one here on court one here in Victoria. It's the Sharks playing for their season against the second-ranked Roos, who, yeah, we're doing it pretty easily, but Zach Grab and Amy Munro coming from the clouds at 11-1 down to win at 22-20, I think.
Yeah, we get to see our score format up for you all. So we will play our gentlemen first. We will have Grabovic taking on his opposition here. The captain getting the first points on the board.
Ooh, James is feeling it. A bit of a nervous run after he put that in the net.
Oh, my goodness.
This could derail the Roos a little bit.
Well, this is huge here for the Sharks if they can secure it. Zach's starting to swing freely. Oh, the no look is good.
It's really handy having Zach lead out for the Sharks because, I mean, this is their best matchup, really. I still think the Roos can get this done. Oof. He's got it. That's a big point for James Cornish and the Roos. 3-2 Roos. Expect Kat Westbury here to get the points against Amy Munro in singles. Great start from Amy.
Yep.
Really good.
So important.
Well, in rally scoring, everything counts.
He doesn't mind a bounce, Munro. Big.
Big points. 5-2.
Continues to build. It looks like the Comets will be taking down the Dinkers. They have a 5-point lead over in New South Wales. We'll keep you guys verbally up to date with that as we go along. Another potential deal breaker after this. Wow.
This is huge. She needs both. She needs both of the next 2 points, Westbury.
And then we got a rotation of sides and would not expect a clean sweep here for the sub, Amy Munro, coming in clutch.
Good serve. Oh, such a great serve. Flat, deep, and swinging.
Meanwhile, over in Queensland, viewers, we have another potential for a deal breaker with the Opals and Brumbies. If the Brumbies win their mixed doubles, they will go through to a deal breaker against the Opals.
2 tight forehands from Amy there, giving the Roos a bit of momentum. 4-6. Yeah, this well and truly resurrects the Sharks season if they can win this.
This is a great matchup. Valos, Chia, Grabovic, Munro. Dink wide.
And we know that Grabovic and Munro have the ascendancy in this matchup.
Yep. Two errors on the right side for Josh Chia. Clearly trying to freeze out Zach Grabovic, but pushing it too much.
I can tell you right now, pencil it in. Next week, Amy Munro will be playing for the Sharks.
Whoa, Zach.
Dang.
My goodness. Put a mouth guard on.
Yeah, so in answer to your question from before, DK, who hits harder, Zach Grab or Vuk Filikovic? I say Zach, just.
Yeah, fair enough. Case in point. So she'll drop error.
They're hanging in the Roos. This is big. This is huge.
Yeah, quick update from courts around while we get into our men's singles. The 29ers are currently up against the Adders in their men's singles format. Comets are 4 points away from forcing a deal breaker against the Dinkers. Brumbies and Opal 1 point in it. If the Brumbies win that, they will force a deal breaker in Queensland.
Oh, Chia.
Oh, Josh Gia. Sheesh. Double-handed backhand flick to the corner of the kitchen.
Great angle. Oh. And Rollis, anything you can do, I can do better.
Well read.
It's a big point. Oh,
Comets now on a deal breaker point over in New South Wales. Looks like they'll be going through to a deal breaker as well after this, Ash. Plenty of fun at pickleball here for your Saturday afternoon. The ladies have come on for their singles matches.
so Velos at the turn here should be able to put 4-1 against Selena. So we should get at least 13-12 or 14-10, or 14-11 to the Roos after this.
Double swing. Unfortunate there for Yang.
You'd be feeling it, Yang. Time out. Change of ends. Dak's not happy about something.
Well, the Roos have dug deep, considering they were defending quite a healthy lead.
Zach is furious.
That was directed to our official, not towards the players. Net roll. Oh, that's unfortunate for Yang, and the Roos have taken the lead here. Incredible effort.
Come on. Lift your shoulders back, I think, Selena. Come on.
And confirm the Comets have won their match too, so we will have a deal breaker over in New South Wales, viewers.
No, that's a really bad run of points there for the Sharks. And their captain, Zach Grab, is furious about something. The shoulders are slumped from Selena. She's got to put the shoulders back. And let's remember that the Roos beat the Sharks 11-1 with this current matchup. If they can somehow get to 16-14 down, then the Sharks are back in this.
Oh, good hands. Put away. Over in Queensland, in the deal breaker point over there, currently 13-13 between the Opals and Brumbies.
No.
Oh, we will have a deal breaker between the Setters and the Reef as well. Over in Queensland.
Pierre's got to get involved here. Pierre's got to own the court.
Yeah, a lot of balls going towards the sub at the moment.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the Sharks.
Yeah, so much so that their captain has wandered off. Not entirely sure where Zach is.
No.
Out. Well left.
So I can't see them winning from here. I know that seems obvious. There's big Shark, Zach Grab. What can he do to get his team across the line?
Yeah. He looks ominous.
Doesn't he? Doesn't he? Oh, he is furious. No Christmas presents being passed between Zach and the ref.
Well, I would not want to be on the opposing side of a Mr. Grabovic at the moment as the players have returned to the court. Cheer with the Ernie ball still live.
You get it?
And called long.
Oh, it's over. Now we are properly going to see a paddle smash. We have to.
There's the Ernie.
Good ball. Yeah.
Really trying to push Grabovic out wide. Easy for Enrolas. Drop error. That stings.
Oh, we're going to see
Zach.
Zach grab.
He is fuming.
Filthy. Still with rally scoring, there's just no way they can win from here.
Yeah, rally scoring makes it awfully difficult to
Yeah,
come
you
back
can't.
on viewers. Lob. Long.
So rally scoring for anyone at home means that you score a point, whether you're serving or receiving. And invariably in pickleball, it's much easier to win a point when you're receiving because you can get to the net first. So, you know, the Sharks are going to need to win 5 serve points without the Roos winning a point on return, which is, yeah, it's going to be really hard to do.
Yeah, nigh impossible, especially considering we've got 2 subs on at the moment.
Yep, this is going to be over.
Jeez, big serve again from Munro.
Yeah, Amy is great. So she's going to have to take the reins here.
Oh, what a rally.
Good stuff, Amy.
They combined well considering Yang was under heavy fire there and Munro put it away.
Munro is a competitor. There you go.
The heart still beats. Sharks have not
Well-
given up yet.
This is it. I told you they needed to put 5 points on their serve, which is hard to do. They've put 3. Wide. This is massive.
Oh,
This
my
is truly
goodness.
massive.
Tight
that
pick
grab?
ball. He's at the back left there. Looking mighty tense. There's nothing he can do. He just got to watch his side. Munro
No.
speed up long.
Did all the hard work. Oh, it's first to 21. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
The victory has gone to the Roos in
You're
an absolute
kidding.
tight
kidding.
contest.
Oh. Ugh. I know I'm commentating and I'm just, letting out groans, but that is just hard to watch.
Yep, that is pickleball as the Roos have secured the victory here against the Sharks. And we might bounce over to New South Wales if we can, Jim it, as we got a deal breaker over there between the Comets and the Dinkers, and Ash can reflect upon the match that we just watched. The Roos just taking down the Sharks.
Well, I was going for the Sharks because I wanted their season to stay alive, but yeah, that stings.
Yeah, heartbreak here for the Sharks. And King Shark, Captain Grabovic. I mean, considering they had the subs, I think you're pushing the number 2 team, the Roos, to a deal breaker. That's a great effort.
Yep. Josh Chi is still getting clarification from Kelvin, the referee there.
Yeah, heavy discussion at the moment. And the Brumbies and Opals are still having a very close battle over in Queensland, viewers, in the must-win match for the Brumbies to force a deal breaker, currently 16-14.
And the 29ers won over the Adders.
Yep.
So the Adders are outside the top 3 at the moment, current ladder. 29ers, Roos, Tide, Adders.
Well, Adders are tied with the Tide, ironic.
Yep.
So, yeah, anyone's match up the Sharks, that loss there makes them a 3-4.
No, they're done. I did say to you, what was it, 2 hours ago? I said Sharks won't make the finals.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the NPL AHM Greenzone. Dylan, Kimlin, Ash Williams, currently watching the deal breaker here between the Dinkers and the Comets. For our final matchup of the Green Zone for today, we have more or less finished all of our other courts. The only other court that's currently playing is in Queensland, and unfortunately we can't watch those games. The Setters and the Reef are currently battling in a deal breaker. And the Opals and Brumbies are in an incredibly close match. The scoreline of 17-16. If the Brumbies win that, they will force a deal breaker as well. So we've covered the Dinkers and Comets a little bit today, with the Comets having Tyra Calderwood, Monique Lynch, James Frawley, and Bruno Mauman. Dinkers, Alex Tran, Valeska Hyath, Millie Smythe, and Ben Beard.
So, DK, this is a deal breaker at 14-6.
Yep. And this will be our last matchup of the day, Ash, as pretty much everyone else is done.
Yeah, I've got a source down at the jar who's just giving me the full story on what just happened with the Sharks and the Roos and why Zach Crabb was furious at the referee. So I'm just finding out what happened down there.
All right. Share the tea with the group.
It was fascinating to watch.
No paddles were thrown.
I think it would have been thrown if Zach was on the court when they lost.
Okay.
But the Roos, yeah, they got away with one there.
Yeah, a bit of a scare, and hopefully that, you know, kickstarts their season a little bit.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure we'll see Amy Munro back wearing a Sharks top next week.
She played well. Good effort on her behalf.
So if the Dinkers, look, this is huge for the Comets. If the Comets can get this done, then who knows? Can they make the finals? I've said that if the Comets make the finals, I'll take the whole team out for dinner to their restaurant of their choice.
I do apologise, viewers. It looks like someone in New South Wales keeps fiddling with our camera.
Just wide.
Oh, speed up. Hopefully our camera gets fixed up immediately, viewers. I do apologise. Yeah, I think for the Comets, like, we look at their stats line, the Dinkers and the Comets. Dinkers, this is definitely a win they would like to have. To go, they would be 4-4 on the scoreline.
Oh, for sure. Like, a win's a win. We've just seen how hard wins are to finish off with the Roos and the Sharks and even the 29ers and the Adders. Every win counts.
So, do we know what happened with the Sharks match?
I don't, mate. I got a message from a source down there saying, I can't text. This is going to have to be a voice message. This is too long to text.
Oh my goodness! Oh, drama. Or do I call it drama down in Victoria?
Oh, there you go. Well done, DK.
Get some dad jokes in while the broadcast is still live. Alex Tran copping it. There we go. And fix the camera up. We can continue watching the action here between the Dinkers and the Comets. Setters and the Reef in their deal breaker currently, 14-11 for the two sides that are bottom of the ladder over in Queensland. Opals have beaten the Brumbies in their mixed doubles battle, so they go up 3-1 against the Brumbies, handing the Brumbies their first loss of the season, and that means that the Outback at the top of the ladder for Queensland. Huge.
Yep.
You've been calling the Outback all season, Ash. You've been a big fan of them, and you're right to do so. Here they are, number one.
Yep. Of course. I just think there's no weak links in that team. I think they're the best team.
Overall,
Yeah.
that's Harry Brown, Crystal Mildwaters, B. Horsley, and Nicky Mal. That is a very good. They're the Roos of Queensland.
But with some pepper and salt.
Yeah. I think, at the start of the season, Crystal Mildwaters was still an up-and-comer. That was probably the dark horse pick obviously Nikki Mal and B Horsley, you knew what you were getting. And Crystal's turned out to be an incredible player. Probably pick of the season, actually, if now I think about it.
You know what? I can't wait to see the ladies compete. Let's just say it's the Outback v. the Roos. Kat Valos and Kat Westbury versus Crystal Milewaters and B Horsley. That's a juicy matchup.
Very good matchup. And then the prospect of Harry Brown, Nikki Mal, and the two Joshes. Very interesting indeed. As I start to now, we're past the halfway point of the season, so we can really start to look at how the teams will line up, potentially stack up against each other. Official Jay's just out here having a chat to the players. Remember, players, we are playing to 21. Not entirely sure what this discussion's about, but we will continue. The dink is short. Comets continue to fight. And the ladies will hop on.
I've just got a voice memo here from an anonymous person, DK. So I'm just going to quickly listen to it and see if I can get this to you before the end of the broadcast.
Make sure you mute yourself. It's all happening here at the Greenzone, viewers. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. Remember, if you are somebody who's only just tuning in, catch all of the previous Greenzone events or all of our matches today via the NPL YouTube channel and the NPL website as well. We have all of our statistics and player information. If you are someone that would like to get involved with next season, pop over to the NPL website and you find all the information there. And the Comets continue to bring it in for our final match of the Greenzone today. Oh, net roll. And it's been secured. The Dinkers have done it on a net roll. Dirty way to end the game, but the Dinkers will take it. And unfortunate for the Comets coming so close and going down in the deal breaker, viewers. Awfully close one. Not sure if Ash is coming back. He's finding out all the goss from the jar.
Yeah, I'm here, DK. I'm going to have to fill you in on all the tea next round because I've got voice memos, everywhere. So
Coming out the wazoo. Well,
yeah, I'll have to spill the tea next time.
No dramas at all. Thank you very much, viewers. We've finished up the Greenzone for today. It's been a lot of fun. Dylan Kimlin and Ash Williams in the booth with you. Remember, we have our next round on next weekend on Saturday, where we are really up to the final stage of the season, who will go through to the NPL finals, which is not far away at all. Remember to pop over to the NPL website to keep up to date with everything, as well as all of the social media accounts to see all of your results of your favourite players and teams. Ash, any final notes before we finish down the broadcast?
No, mate, it's been a lot of fun this afternoon. We've seen the cream rise to the top, and we're starting to get a really clear image of who might win Season 3 of the NPL.
Yep, I agree with that, mate. And viewers, thank you very much for tuning in with us here at the Greenzone. We look forward to seeing you next weekend.
Eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM, you're good.
Right now, if you're an eligible AHM member, you can redeem a free 6-month membership to help you play one of the greatest sports you've probably never heard of. Woo! Pickleball!
With AHM.
It's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL.
NPL, let's go!
Some say pickleball is a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport. It's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast. It's electric. A game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime. It's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle in every event and every level. These are the athletes redefining what's possible. Stars of today, legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevate.
NPL, let's go!